All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the House Environment and Transportation Committee, Tuesday, March 10th. We have a number of bills today. We will start with House Bill 1516, Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo, Human Services, Energy Assistance Programs, Administration and Funding. And I do want to note we're joined by guests from the Appropriations Committee. And Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo, if you have a panelist or anything, feel free to bring them up.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, for your indulgence. I believe this to be my last bill before the committee this year. House Bill 1516, Human Services Energy Assistance Programs Administration Funding Bill. I guess the best way for me to explain this is that Marylanders are facing increasingly higher costs for energy. We all know that on this committee more than anyone. In fiscal year 2025, OHEP received over 156,000 applications funded by state funds on federally low and income home energy assistance program. LIHEAP, OHEP manages several distinct programs for low income households, Maryland Energy Assistance Programs, which is MEAP, the Gas Arrangement Retirement Assistance Program, the Electrical Universal Services Program. There are acronyms for all these. I'm not going to go through all of them. But essentially what this bill does is it puts all of these programs into, all the variety of these programs into one. It kind of consolidates them into one OHEP ability to manage all of these programs. I don't know any other way to say this, but it basically collapses all of these fragmented programs into one place, so one organization can help manage them so the people aren't bifurcated going all over the place to try and figure out how they can get their energy assistance when it's really should be a lot easier for people to get energy assistance and not have to go into different places to do it. So that's the bill in essence. I'm happy to talk in more detail if you like. There's no fiscal note to the bill, and with that, I present the bill.
Hello, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. I'm Brittany Baker, Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and we're here to express our favorable support of HB 1516. I do believe in people first climate action, so anytime that I'm actually out with your constituents talking about my work, before I talk about clean energy, I always talk about utility assistance. And we are in a very existential crisis of high utility bills. Not necessarily a lot of other issues going on, but definitely the utility bills are high. The two ways that constituents can lower their utility bills are through the Empower program and the Office of Home Energy programs. Most LMI homes are poorly weatherized, dated, inefficient appliances, and therefore their energy burdens are a lot higher. This bill refines the utility assistance landscape in two ways. First of all, there was a bill that passed last year or 2 years ago that allowed for categorical eligibility of homes. So if you sign up for SNAP, if you sign up for TANF, if you sign up for SSI, then you're automatically registered for OHEP. And through that program, a lot more people signed up, ended up in the OHEP system. But what we saw on the back end is that they had some administrative hurdles that they needed to overcome to ensure that all of the people who are now registered can get utility assistance. And so through this bill, they'll be able to streamline the back end of the program and also access more LIHEAP funding from the federal government. And so for these reasons, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions on the bill, so that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill.
May I make one last statement?
Of course.
I really, as we get to the end of our bill hearings and all of the energy bills that we've had, I think it's really important, and I want to give a special shout out and a thank you to some of the fiscal writers that have been working on all of our bills for the past month and a half or so. Leslie Cook and Ralph Cattell have both been working in burning the midnight oil, along with many of them, but particularly on energy issues in this committee. So I wanted to give a special thank you to them.
All right, thank you. Do you have a question?
And Steve Ross.
I'll do it in a second. All right, thank you. Before we go to the next bill, a few announcements. One, I want to welcome back a couple of members who have been out for a few days. Delegate Grammer, Delegate Long, we're happy to have you back. And I want to wish a happy birthday to Delegate Foley once again. I learned something new yesterday. I learned you were from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so that's great news. A number of us have shadows today. I just want to introduce the two folks shadowing me, Issa and Sam, hanging out in the back as part of the Jewish Legislative Shadow Program, and Vice Chair Guyton.
I have two shadows from Roland Park Country School in Baltimore County. If you don't mind standing up, Macy and Scarlett, it's great to see you. Please welcome them. 8th grade.
All right. I do not see Delegate Ruth yet, do I? Okay, so we are going to go, Delegate Long, you ready? House Bill 1442, Community Choice Aggregation Pilot Program, Definitions, Application, and Workgroup Modifications.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, fellow members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jeffrey E. Long, Jr., and it's my esteemed pleasure and privilege to be here today to present House Bill 1442, Community Choice Aggregation Pilot Program. Across Maryland, families are feeling the pressure of rising electricity costs. Everybody is feeling the burden of utility costs. Electricity is not optional, it's essential. It is a basic necessity of our everyday lives. When those costs rise, families feel it immediately. We have a responsibility to look for responsible ways right here in this committee and in this General Assembly to give Marylanders more options when it comes to their energy bills. In 2021, this body passed a community choice aggregation pilot program in Montgomery County, which allowed a county to combine the electricity demand of its residents and small businesses and negotiate electricity supply contracts on their behalf. Analysis of the Montgomery County pilot shows that this approach reduces residential electricity bills by approximately $7 to $17 per month, which can mean annual savings of about $84 to $211 per household. That may seem trivial, but to people who are balancing insulin and medicine and all type of various costs that burden families, that's a lot of money, and that's a budget booster. And so for many Maryland families, that kind of relief matters. Marylanders shouldn't have to decide between rent or groceries or being able to afford their utility costs. For the record, I want to say that one more time. I think it's so important because I think people should hear this, that Marylanders shouldn't have to decide between rent or groceries to be able to afford their utility costs. HB 1442 makes Maryland more affordable, not just for Montgomery County, but for all Marylanders. By allowing all counties and Baltimore City to explore this tool, expanding its reach beyond Montgomery County, rather than limiting it to just one jurisdiction. By purchasing electricity collectively, counties are able to secure more competitive prices and increase access to renewable energy options. It's also important to note that participation is completely voluntary, and I think that may be why Mako is in favor. Residents always have the option to opt out or choose another electricity supplier at any time, which again sounds like choice to me. At a time when we are hearing from constituents across our great state about the cost of living, and given the results we've seen in Montgomery County, how can we ignore an opportunity that could help lower energy costs for families across our state? We should be doing so and doing everything we can to give our communities more tools to explore solutions. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1442, and we'll take any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Delegate. I just want to make sure I understand. Right now, Montgomery County gets special treatment. You want everyone else to get the same special treatment?
Correct, to opt in if they so choose.
Got it. Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Long, I'm reading the letter from the Public Service Commission, and did you read it yet?
Pardon me, Delegate, I am just bouncing back, but I will get with you about the PSC
Okay.
letter after.
Yeah, because I'm concerned with what it says on the second page, sort of following what the Chair said. If 1442 goes forward, the Commission recommends that the legislation consider delaying the effective date of any pilot expansion until after the Montgomery County CCA is operational and can be studied to inform its optimization. So I realize you're just coming back. I recognize what PSC is saying here. You can read their letter.
Right.
If you could let us know what you think at the end of the day.
What I will say this to you, just for the record, I'm aware that there have been some who have had very strong thoughts about this pilot in Montgomery County and what took it so long to get it off the ground. Well, let's be very clear. The PSC did take a while to get the regs in place for it. I do know that much. And so, of course, I would understand their concern there and make sure that they have the leeway and flexibility to ensure that things are not inhibited, which is already taking place in Montgomery County, but still rolled out in a manner of excellence in other jurisdictions. So we can definitely work offline and discuss the PSC concerns. Thank you.
Okay, I do not see any other questions, so we will turn to our other favorable witness, Carrington Anderson from MACO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Carrington Anderson here on behalf of the Maryland Association of Counties in support of House Bill 1442. I think from MACO, Me Too to everything that the sponsor said, we appreciate that this bill is a local option and another tool for counties to explore cost savings. For these reasons, we would respectfully ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any questions. So we will turn to our unfavorable testimony. We have Tom Dennison from SMECO.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. My name is Tom Dennison. I'm with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative here in respectful opposition to House Bill 1442. The sponsor and I have had some discussions about this bill, and I think it's appropriate to educate the committee back in 2021 when this bill was first contemplated, and the sponsor of the bill did not include electric cooperatives in the bill because at that time she recognized that we have a Democrat process. We have an elected board of directors who sets the policy, sets the direction for the co-op. And what we do is we procure power at the lowest possible price, and that is the price that is shared with our membership. And so we have a demonstrated track record of over, certainly over 10 to 15 years where we have tracked alternative supply prices and compared to our SOS prices, and we have consistently been lower on the residential side. So I have not been approached by any of our local elected commissioner bodies about going to an aggregated model. And for that reason, we haven't explored it, but this bill, I think, really opens it up and, I think goes well beyond what the original intent of the bill was back in 2021 when it was limited to just Montgomery County. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for an unfavorable report and happy to take any questions.
Great. Would this bill force St. Mary's or Calvert or anybody to make any change?
No, sir.
Okay. Any questions for the sponsor, or excuse me, for the witness? Okay, thanks for being here. We have in-person informational testimony from Benjamin Baker from the Maryland Public Service Commission.
Hello, Ben Baker, Maryland PSC, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for having me. I'm here to provide informational testimony on this bill, HB 1442. To be clear, what this is doing is it's allowing each county to stand in the place of either a utility or a retail choice provider to buy electricity or gas from I know it's electricity, forgive me if I don't remember if it's for gas, but basically it's buy the commodity from the commodity market. There's no guarantees of savings from this bill. There will be some risk of instability to the SOS price that is currently charged to customers in the short run, and in the long run, if enough counties choose to take advantage of this, which is okay, which is fine, that is a choice. But there is no guarantee of being able to enforce the hold harmless provisions of this bill, as effectively we're all participating in the commodity market. And so really your ability to do well in this will be really dependent upon your bidding strategies and how you choose to participate in these markets. That said, the commission can and will work on implementation if you so pass this bill, but we do recommend waiting until we see the results of the Montgomery County CCA. With that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from the bill sponsor, Delegate Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. So I want to just ask you a question. So how are you able to arrive at the premise that this would bear no cost savings, but later throughout your testimony you stated that we're waiting for more reports from the CCA and that there's still some missing information? So what gives you that?
I'm not saying there's no chance of cost savings. What I'm saying is that there's no guarantee. So the difference here is that so today, SOS is a product that is bid out to retail choice providers to serve each utility's customers within Maryland for the investor-owned utilities. Some utilities like SMECO, we allow them to approach it slightly different. So what would happen here is that the CCA, the government, is going to stand up a process to go and do the bidding themselves. How you structure your product, how you choose to approach it, could result in savings. It might not. Once again, you're buying from a market. Anything could happen. So that's, I think, what I'm getting to here. What I'm also getting to with the instability discussion is that when you're removing a lot of load at once from the SOS product, that could result in us needing to go to the spot market to buy the energy. What I'm also getting to is at some point, if enough loads are in the CCA, that really all bets are off on what that does to the prices. And that's, once again, okay, because this is choice. Okay, that's all I'm getting to here, is that it's really, but I can't, there shouldn't be any assurances that things will go one direction or the other. We're talking about the market and how you choose to participate in it.
Thank you. If I may, and I appreciate that, I do. It just seemed that the tone and tenor of it seemed to imply that it was more likely not going to yield cost savings than the probability that it could yield cost savings. And so, you know, if that is the case and that's your position, the PSC's position, I'd appreciate if that is the tone and tenor which is directed. But would you agree that perhaps if there's a jurisdiction, say Prince George's County, for example, there's close to 1 million residents and that local government decides that this is the route they want to go, that the more folks you can bring to the table to negotiate and bargain, that the higher likelihood it would be to bring about perhaps cost savings. That's it.
Yeah, that could be. I think I just draw everyone's attention to the second to last paragraph in our letter that is discussing that we can't enforce to mitigate any risk to other SOS customers. So for how you choose to approach your bidding, that's fine, but that will have impacts to other customers.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you.
Delegate Frazier-Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker, could you talk a little bit about what the current status is of the Montgomery County program? Yeah,
So right now we are waiting for them to come to us with a plan to implement their CCA. We've had the regulations in place for years, either 2023 or 2024. For the last year and a half, we have the SOS strategy set up for when they do set up their CCA, how we will attempt to protect customers from those who will go to the CCA or back and forth from the CCA. So we have our procedures in place. At this point, we are waiting for Montgomery County to come to us. I think we're still a couple of years away from that happening, is what I've been told by our staff. So we're still waiting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Boyce.
Chair, good to see you, Mr. Baker. This conversation came up with you, I believe, in the interim because Baltimore City or individuals from Baltimore City wanted to do the same thing, and something, if I'm just correct, if you can remind me, this is almost like buying wholesale versus buying individually. So potentially there could be it's more of a guarantee when it's a purchase and bidding in bulk versus many individuals essentially bidding.
Bidding in bulk will help. I don't want to say that's a guarantee
Sure.
to the other delegate's point. Bidding in bulk, though, will help in these markets. And so, yeah, but clear, and so that's why when I was talking with our staff about this coming in today, I kind of wanted to put the risk of what I was going to discuss today in two categories. The volatility discussed in the letter is more once a CCA is established, because it's an opt-out mechanism and not a just
Right.
choose to join mechanism, there will be a lot of load shifted to the CCA all at once. And so that we will try and create bidding procedures to deal with that. At the same time, there will be some people who choose not to stay in that. And so there will be volatility in the
Right.
loads. And then in the long run, if these are successful in a lot of and once again, I don't want to, one or two do it, difference than a lot of counties doing it. We will then be bidding SOS out with a lot less load in it. And I don't know what that's going to do to the price at that time, but we will have less buying power, I guess might be the right way to put that.
Okay, and just, Mr. Chair, follow up, and and I'm also correct, someone like a Montgomery County may want to bid for different types of energy sources than, say, someone else.
Yes.
And that would potentially change the cost. If, let's say, Montgomery County said we want purely renewable, that comes at a different cost than somebody who may just be bidding for gas. Right?
Correct, and that'd be a very viable reason to choose to do this, is if your county has goals like that and you
Right.
want to set up a process to do it, that's a very good reason to pursue a CCA.
Right, thank you.
So this load shift question is kind of interesting because obviously the PSC has some experience with this because we opened a retail market many decades ago. No one in this room, I don't think, was here for that, but
Wait, say that, sorry, just repeat that.
yeah, we opened the retail market a few decades ago. And
Right.
so I assume at that time there was some shift, or sometime after that there was some shift. Was it just more gradual, so it wasn't such a concern?
I asked, yes, that's what was explained to me when I was, because I figured somebody might ask that question. And so, yeah, my understanding was what was explained to me was it was a more gradual process. It's the opt-in choice. I have a chart that shows it didn't really take off until around the 2008, 2009, 2010 timeframe. So for the first 10 years of the program, it wasn't largely utilized, at least on the residential side.
Okay. Delegate Anderson.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the bill, Delegate. You mentioned the commodities market. I'm very familiar with the commodities market and had some very valuable lessons learned from it. Is this electricity traded like oil or corn, or how does this marketplace work compared to other commodities?
I don't know that I'm going to be able to give you an extremely satisfactory answer, but we have the load-serving entities, which would be our utilities would be considered one, but we have them contract through what you and I would think of as the retail choice providers. So the NRGs, the Constellations, the Vistras. They are going to this market with the loads and buying the energy. They might be entering into long-term contracts, or they might be buying from the spot market. But so effectively, PJM has a process by which we'll set the hourly, the prices in this market for energy. It will set the prices for capacity. And then how these different suppliers choose to interact with that market will determine the price, their cost, and how then which will then lead to the bills they send back to customers. So I'm not probably the best position today to compare it to other commodity markets, but basically people are competing in this market for loads, and therefore also for how that will impact their prices.
So if the market went against your position, would you have to make a margin call to it, or you just have to honor the contract?
So if they were, like, let's take SOS, for instance. We've entered in, the way the SOS product is structured for our large investor-owned utilities is we will enter into effectively a 2-year contract at a set dollar per megawatt hour price. So the suppliers will bid to us and say, I'm willing to serve this at this price.
Okay.
And they're going to build in the cost of renewables, the cost of hedging, the cost of buying all the various products into this. And then how they manage their business for the next 2 years will determine if they make or lose money.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1442. We'll turn to House Bill 1411. Delegate Ruth, Data Center Planning and Transparency Act. Welcome back, Delegate Ruth. If you have a panel or anything, please bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm trying to be in 4 places at once today. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Madam Vice Chair, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Delegate Sheila Ruth, and I'm here presenting House Bill 1411. I have some prepared testimony, but I'm not going to read it. I'm just going to talk about a few things. I know this committee has talked a lot about data centers, and so I don't need to delve too much into that. I know that a lot of what you are working on has to do with the energy aspects of data centers, which is incredibly important. But what this bill does is it looks more at the community impacts. This really came to my attention because of a data center that's being planned in my district that has apparently been in planning for about a year before we learned about it. And so, really, transparency is incredibly important. There's 2 parts to this bill. One is a transparency part, and the other one is about planning. So it basically says, this is not an anti-data center bill. This is basically saying, if we're going to have data centers, and if we're going to be using AI, then data centers are necessary for that. We need to, first of all, plan properly so that we know where they should be located, where they shouldn't be located, what kind of restrictions we might want on them, what kind of community benefits we might want to ask them to provide the community, whether there should be setbacks from certain types of property. And a lot of this is the purview of local jurisdictions in Maryland. So on the planning part of this, I tried to really not be too prescriptive, and I worked closely. I met with Secretary Flora from the Department of Planning and talked to the Department of Planning about this, and really tried to work this in a way that puts counties in the driver's seat, but requires them to do planning. I know that MACO submitted unfavorable testimony. I did reach out to them. We kind of were like missing each other, so we weren't able to have a conversation. I'm happy to have that conversation with them, and certainly, as always, open to any amendments. I just wanted to mention a couple of things regarding their testimony. Not all jurisdictions are appropriate for large-scale data centers. It certainly was not my intent that this would force data centers on any jurisdiction, and that as a part of the planning, they're certainly free to say, we don't think data centers should be here. I'm happy to add clarifying language for that if that is necessary. And duplicative of county work already underway. I know that some counties have already been doing this planning. Prince George's County has a very nice plan that they've done. Baltimore County just enacted a moratorium so that their planning board can, do some planning on this. And again, not my intent to make duplicative work, and it was my intent that if those counties have already done this work, that they can submit those plans to the Department of Planning. And again, I'm happy to put in any clarifying amendments on that. The second part of this is about transparency. And it's vitally important for something that has the potential for so much community impact, whether it be pollution, noise, light, just water, taking up space, whatever the community impacts are. It's vitally important that communities know about it as early in the process as possible when there is still time to influence that process. And this is not about empowering communities to fight against data centers and say no, although some communities may do that. It's more about being able to say what restrictions should be put on this. Is this the appropriate place for a data center? Are there community benefits that the community can ask for? And those are the kind of questions that communities should be able to ask before the plans are set in stone. And so this requires any proposed data center to submit a disclosure report to MDE with a bunch of things that they're required to disclose, not just energy, but a lot of different things, the generators, a lot of different things that they're required to disclose. And that's before any permits or development plans are submitted. And it's not intended to replace those, the normal permitting or development process that any county has would still be, undergone normally. It's just like to give communities a window, because once development plans are submitted, it's very hard to change them. This is just a chance for communities to learn about it and to have some input before those development plans are submitted, even an early development plan. And I know that there are a lot of data center bills that have been introduced. A lot of people are looking at this, and I'm certainly open. I don't take any ownership of this. If there's any effort to combine multiple bills into one, I'm certainly glad if any of these provisions would make their way into any other package or bill. Certainly happy for the committee to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my panel. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I'm Mariah Davis. I'm a contractor with Nature Forward, and we recently started a group called Marylanders for Data Center Reform. We're very concerned about the impacts that data centers are having on both communities and the environment. Thank you, Delegate Ruth, for your leadership on this bill. We are in strong support of HB 1411 for several reasons. It is common sense legislation, and it really does put communities at the center when it comes to data center development. Currently, the state does not track or make basic information about data centers publicly available to the public. So really that transparency piece the delegate was going into is a key and core component of this bill. This bill requires that data centers think ahead of time to create meaningful plans. And it also requires that that information is publicly available. I know that several counties are already on their way to developing those plans, but those plans with this bill will be made with community input. So it's really important that we pass this bill. I was able to attend a community event that was hosted by Delegate Ruth and her colleagues to discuss that proposed data center in Baltimore in the Woodlawn area. This data center is could be located very close to a school. This is in both an underserved and overburdened area. And the community had really basic questions about what's the location, what's the size, how much water, where is it being drawn from, and we couldn't answer those questions, again, because that information is not being publicly made available. So again, we urge a strong and favorable report for this bill due to the strong components around transparency, but also allowing counties to better prepare should a data center come to their area. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman and committee members. My name is Dave Arndt, the co-chair of the Maryland Legislative Coalition Climate Justice Wing. Over 3 years ago, the Climate Justice Wing formed a group to study data centers, and we were really shocked at some of the outcomes of this study. First, we found that no state agency was tracking them whatsoever. We actually went out from that and built a map of where all the data centers are in Maryland and put things on there like how much usage they have. Are they proposed? Are they in operation? How many diesel generators do they have? And then we shared that with state agencies. And the state agencies were grateful that we provided that information. And even more shocking is the state agencies still don't track this. So we are still sharing that information with state agencies. As we learned, we really determined that we needed to even track more information. It's the things that you heard about here of like water usage, tax exemptions, transmission and distribution lines, and where are the locations and needs, where are these things going to come from. The East Alcoa site in Frederick is now proposed to use 4 gigawatts of power. That's equivalent to adding 4 Baltimores on the grid in about 3 to 5 years, with no really state oversight. BG&E said they have 12 data center proposals in their queue. Are these real? We don't know. Are they speculative? We don't know. And it is, we will never find out because BG&E doesn't have to tell us, and there's no agency that really tracks this. We are currently working with over 10 counties on doing some data center studies and how to implement things. They are unprepared for this. They need our help. This bill provides that help, and that's why we very want you favorable on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Betsy Nicholas. I'm president of Potomac Riverkeeper Network. And I want to talk to you a little bit about the thing that has been left out of the conversation, water. The impact of data centers on water is extremely significant. Starting from, for example, you mentioned one in Frederick. Just during the construction phase, my recollection, I'm not perfect with numbers if I don't have them right in front of me, is that they had about 1,200 construction stormwater violations in the term of their construction. 1,200. Part of that is because the massive footprint and the number of streams that are disturbed in the development. So imagine all of the sediment and material that was going into the water just from the development of this. But the development is a teeny fraction of what we're really looking at in terms of water impacts. I'm going to talk about quantity first and then quality. So from the quantity side, these are all cooled and they have to stay cool with water. Allowing that information to stay hidden is antithetical to all of our different regulatory systems that we have in this state. Maryland's economy is based on water, access to water, use of it, recreation, seafood. So saying that use and impact on water doesn't have to be shared is simply unacceptable. But beyond just the use and the quantity issues, the quality issue of the water. These are electronic components, many of them made with toxic substances such as PFAS. There's diesel generators that are gonna leak. I've never met any kind of generator that doesn't smell like diesel when you're near it. Well, that means it's escaping. So that's gonna get into our waterways, and I ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate, is Jackson Corcoran also on your panel?
No, Mr. Chair, that's my staff person.
Okay, great. We have a question from Delegate Fraser-Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. Just a very quick question. I'm sure you know that we passed the data center bill, study bill last year. How does your bill dovetail, work with, because the bill we passed last year is supposed to have reporting later this year. So I'm just curious as to if you've kind of worked out those differences.
Thank you so much for that question. And I think they're really complementary efforts. That bill was to study on the big picture, both the economic and environmental impacts of data centers. I believe both the pro and the con side of that, because we do believe that there are some positive economical benefits to that. And so we have to be able to balance that. And we need that data in order to be able to make some of the decisions that we have to make. Mine is more looking at the county level in terms of planning and at the community level in terms of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Foley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill. The only other thing I would add to the Riverkeeper, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the Riverkeeper's observation about the Alcoa Brownfield development in Frederick is there were also numerous fracking violations with respect to the Monocacy River, which also affects the water. So that was fraught with a lot of issues. Delegate Ruth, so a couple of things about the bill. I was looking also at Mako's testimony, which you referenced. And one thing that Mako pointed out, and I had this question too, is that some jurisdictions, I'll use my district as an example. So we have a little town in our district called Barnesville, which is actually a little incorporated town. There's no way a data center could go into Barnesville. So my question is, you know, your bill seems to say that every jurisdiction needs to develop one of these plans. And so I'm wondering how a place like Barnesville would even tackle that, number one. Number two, assuming that they're overlapping jurisdictions, you know, county versus municipality, for example, how would that work? Would they both have, because sometimes they share responsibility for planning and zoning. So I would like to know, how do you envision that working?
Thank you so much, Delegate Foley, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
First of all, the bill only requires planning for jurisdictions with a population of 10,000 and above, which was actually Secretary Flora's suggestion, because she said there are many jurisdictions that are smaller and just really can't do that.
Okay.
If 10,000 is not the right number, I'm happy to change that. In terms of the overlapping jurisdiction, that is actually something I had in an early draft of the bill about they can work together, and it just was messy and complicated, and after speaking with Department of Planning, I took that out. But again, I'm happy to try to figure that out if that's important to figure out and put in amendments, and I can circle back with Department of Planning on that.
Okay, great, thank you. And I'm sorry, I missed that about the 10,000 in the bill, so thank you. And then, if I could, Mr. Chair, one more question. So it requires reporting by the jurisdictions on these planning and zoning requirements. Also requires the data centers to report to MDE and MEA. And are those agencies equipped to get all of that data, both from the local jurisdictions and from the data centers themselves? It doesn't say anything about that in the fiscal note, but it occurs to me that that's a lot of work.
So I actually believe it does. If I remember right, the fiscal note says that MDP and MDE can accomplish, I have to look it back up, but
Okay.
can accomplish this with existing resources.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Delegate Ziegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's so nice to see you back, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you.
So my question, I was just looking at the Maryland Chamber of Commerce opposition, and among other things, they say that it would make Maryland less competitive, and it made me wonder, since we're right next to the world capital of data centers in Loudoun County, do you know anything about their rules and regulations? And I'm wondering if they have evolved over time. It seems like a learning opportunity.
Just looking over the Potomac over in Virginia, everything is completely evolving over there. Right now, the Virginia legislature has over 60 data center bills this year. That is up from over 30 last year. So things are tremendously evolving. Each county is now looking at different regulations. Some counties are looking at pulling back and trying to get a handle of this. But also the proliferation of data centers is going to every county in Virginia. And so that kind of, one of those things where we look in Maryland is people asking, well, there's some counties that may never get a data center. The way that we're seeing things in Virginia, every county is up for a data center. That may be the same case that's going to be happening in the state of Maryland. Every county can be up for it because it's all really about land availability, power availability, and water availability. Those are the key things that drive where a data center is located. It has nothing to do with tax breaks and other things. The data center people will come out and really say that. We are very competitive. I don't know if we're going to lose data centers because of really transparency. This is really up for the local jurisdictions to really make their choice, and we just want to help them make their choice, whatever that is, having a data center, not having a data center, but just having the proper community input and proper understanding of what a data center can mean to their community.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, could I just address Delegate Foley's question? I did find it's on the fiscal note, page 9, halfway down the page, where it says MDE and MDP can implement the bill's provision with existing resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you.
Each county has comprehensive plans, and they'll get them at various times along the way, and some counties are on time, and I'll use St. Mary's, they're probably at 5 or 6 years behind. After the comprehensive plans come in, then you have the zoning maps and things like that. Now, most counties, the rural counties, I'll say, are probably inequipped with any type of expertise whatsoever relative to the data centers that I know in Calvert County now. It seems to be the force majeure issue of the day, not so much with St. Mary's. I worry that when these bills come through and the requirement to come up with all this information, that they don't have the resident expertise. I think somewhere in the fiscal, somebody said $250,000 to do the work. And I just don't know how the counties, as we keep pushing mandates down on them, are going to afford requirement after requirement after requirement while we are here to help, per se.
And thank you for that question. And it's a fair question. And you know, the fiscal note, I believe, actually says 10,000 to 250,000, depending on the jurisdiction. But certainly, you know, it is something that counties are going to have to address. I would say that if they don't address this, and I think counties are already, and municipalities, I apologize, we don't have municipalities in Baltimore County, so I always forget to say that. But I think that many of them are already realizing that they need to address this and are already starting to do that work. But I would also say that there is a cost to not doing it as well. When if they don't do the planning, and we see that in Virginia, where early on they didn't do the planning and these data centers were coming in, and now they are, I think in one place there's 14 data centers in one place, is that right? And you know, so there are community impacts, there are water, as we said, impacts, power impacts, as this committee well knows, pollution, which then impacts health, and there's a cost to that. So I think whether we, you know, put this bill in or not, that local jurisdictions need to do this planning for their own protection and for their community's protection.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Delegate Roof, for this bill, and thanks to your panelists. The testimony is very helpful. As I sit listening to your testimony and the discussion, it brings to mind other industries that create a similar sort of attention to among local communities. For example, in the world of public health, I think of drug treatment centers. In the world of environment, I think of, you know, the siting of energy generating plants. And I'm just wondering, given that this legislature and the people of our state have experience facing the introduction of new industries, new facilities. I mean, another really recent example is the siting of federal detention centers, right? So sometimes the legislature and the communities are caught off guard. Are there lessons we can learn from those experiences, citing drug treatment centers, citing detention centers, that we could apply to proactively address the concerns you bring forward in your bill?
I think your county is a good example.
I'm sorry.
I think Baltimore County is a good example of what happened. Yeah. Sure. I think Baltimore County is a great example of that. I know that due to some of the local zoning laws, that the data centers were specifically designated for underserved and overburdened communities due to some local county laws, and that didn't come to light until the proposed data center that we were speaking to was proposed. And what happened after that, and this all happened very recently, that Baltimore County has now put a pause on those plans. So I think we actually have active cases going on across the state where when the data centers come, the counties might not be as prepared as they could be should they have a plan in place.
And if I could just add, Mr. Chair, you talk about drug treatment centers and detention centers. Those are two very, very different things. And, you know, I think drug treatment centers are something that is essential. I mean, they're essential, and I think that communities probably worry about those more than they need to, and that's not to minimize anybody's concerns, but I think it's a different type of a thing than a data center. The detention center is probably a more apt comparison because there are potential larger community impacts from those. And you know, if if things have to be built, like data centers have to be built as long as we're going to use AI and the things that need data centers, but we just need to make sure that we're doing it sustainably and we're doing it in ways that are honoring the community's needs and not overburdening communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have favorable amendment testimony from Shelley Neumeister. Shelley Neumeister.
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members. My name is Shelley Neumeister. I'm a Prince George's County resident, a PTSA board member at Duval High School, and the founder of Tiger Equity Lab, a student-led design and equity program where young people use AI tools to identify and solve problems in their school and community. I attended the county's data center community meetings where I witnessed firsthand what happens when a community shows up with real concerns and the process isn't designed to absorb them. People felt unheard. Organizing moved outside the official process because that's where residents felt they had a voice. That experience reflects a structural gap. Communities are being asked to respond to a technical and economic issue of enormous consequence without the tools, the time, or the institutional support to do so meaningfully. Disclosure alone does not close that gap. That experience, HB 1411 is a necessary step. Requiring transparency and local planning frameworks creates the foundation for informed community participation. I support it. But I urge this committee to think beyond disclosure. Prince George's County is formerly the wealthiest majority Black county in the United States, is also a county currently absorbing federal workforce reductions, school budget cuts, and the environmental burden of large-scale infrastructure development. The community that will live with these decisions deserves more than access to reports. It deserves the capacity to understand them, respond to them, and shape what comes next. Transparency without community infrastructure is information without power. We've watched what happens when states move fast and ask questions later. Virginia built the infrastructure and exported the consequences. Maryland is now being asked to absorb demand that other markets have already saturated. The communities receiving that pressure are not random. They are disproportionately Black and Latino. That is not coincidence, it is a pattern. And this committee has the opportunity to interrupt it. The data tells us how serious this is. PJM's own presentation to the Prince George's County Task Force shows that Maryland has retired 6,000 megawatts of generation capacity since 2018 while adding only 1,600.
Okay, thank you. Your 2 minutes has expired, but we appreciate you being here. Any
Thank you.
questions for our panelists? Okay, we have unfavorable testimony from Andrew Zirkle, Maryland Tech Council.
Good afternoon. For the record, Andrew Zirkle here on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council in opposition of House Bill 1411. I'd like to thank the chair and the vice chair and the committee for the opportunity to present testimony today. I'm going to focus my testimony on a lot of the economic benefits of data centers and what this development can bring to our state. Data centers have substantial potential revenue benefits for the state on the order of $18 million per year at a minimum for 800 square feet. And that's just at the state level. There's additional revenue to be had at the county level. As we stare down sort of the gun barrel of the current budgetary situation here in the state, as well as counties getting strained, we need to consider the potential that these developments have for revenue at the state level, at the county level, as well as for job creation. Our issue with this bill is that these disclosure requirements go beyond what is required in other states. This is a highly competitive industry, and in the last several years, we've seen major projects choose to site in Virginia, choose to site in Pennsylvania, and bring those jobs and revenue to those states rather than bring them here. There's also some concerns that this process that is described in the bill, the regulatory process that would be imposed upon localities, could create regulatory uncertainty. I think we've seen some success with counties and local authorities striking out on their own. For example, Frederick County had a years-long process with their own study, with their own zoning process, and it ended up in a zoning overlay that helped constrain data center growth in the county to a limited area. We believe that it's best for regulatory certainty to allow counties and local jurisdictions to take up these issues on their own time and at the demands of their own constituents. And one final thing I'd like to note that came up during the testimony is we're still awaiting the results from the data center task force, and it's our belief that that information would be greatly useful to have before we move forward. And with that, we ask for an unfavorable report on this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I do not see any questions. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1411. We'll stick with our alumni club, House Bill 1525, Delegate Weibel. Reggie, Empower Energy Efficiency Programs and Community Solar Energy Generating Systems. If you have a panelist, please bring them up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know you all are loving these energy bills. Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and honorable members of Environment and Transportation. It's good to be back and see you all. For the record, I am Delegate Weibel to present House Bill 1525. This legislation proposes to do two things. First, it suspends the RESI surcharge until one of two things occur. First, all states within the PJM region participate in REGI, or two, until Maryland becomes a net exporter of electricity. Second, the bill clarifies that tariffs established under community solar programs may not require an electric company to purchase or provide a bill credit to a subscriber for electricity from a community solar energy generating system at a rate that exceeds the generation cost of electricity provided by the electric company through the standard offer service. As you are aware, 13 states in the District of Columbia are served by PJM. Subsequent to the withdrawal of New Jersey from REGI, only two PJM states, Maryland and Delaware, remain in REGI as of today. The suspension of the REGI surcharge is based on a paper prepared by the consulting firm of Tabors, Karamanis, and Rutkovich. We'll call them TCR. This document is provided to you as an exhibit in your committee testimony. I know that everyone's extremely busy, but in order to understand the impetus for this legislation, I would encourage you to take a look at that study. The study acknowledges that the three states participating in REGI at the time, Delaware, Maryland, and New Jersey, did have reduced in-state carbon dioxide emissions over the period from 2009 to 2023, while collecting a total of $1.4 billion in auction revenues. However, while REGI states may have experienced CO2 reductions within their respective states, the study exhibits that CO2 emissions are actually increased across the entirety of the PJM region due to the imposition of the surcharge. In the study, TCR developed a modeling platform utilizing two simulation scenarios, a business-as-usual case and a no-REGI case. The changes in operating rates of affected power plants as a result of the RESI surcharge changes their position in the dispatch order and result in different generation, power flow, emissions, and price patterns within the PJM system. The study establishes that gas-fired combined cycle generation in the eastern PJM region is replaced by generation in western zones, with a significant portion of that replacement generation being coal units with high CO2 emission rates. As a result of this displacement, generating units outside of the REGI participating states see an increase in revenue of approximately $1.3 billion, while the REGI participating states see their revenue decreased by about $500 million, actually resulting in an $825 million net increase in generator revenue within the PJM region. Even more alarming is the study estimates a net increase in CO2 emissions across the PJM region of 2.9 million short tons annually. The study establishes that the presence of the REGI surcharge causes PJM to dispatch coal-fired units in neighboring states more frequently than the more highly efficient combined cycle power plants in the REGI participating states, the net result being increased system-wide CO2 emissions. In summary, the study shows that RGGI being implemented in just a few states results in an increase in CO2 emissions across the PJM territory and an increase in generation costs versus the scenario where RGGI was not implemented in any PJM state. Withdrawal from RGGI participation would also result in a $214 million reduction in Maryland customers' electric bills, and that is the amount collected from the 2024 auction. For these reasons, House Bill 1525 proposes the elimination of RGGI until all states within the region participate or until Maryland becomes a net exporter of electricity. The second major component of House Bill 1525 clarifies that tariffs established under the community solar programs may not require an electric company to purchase or provide a bill credit to a subscriber for electricity from a community solar generating system at a rate that exceeds the generation cost of electricity provided by the electric company through standard offer of service. Why is this important? For years, customers of the Potomac Edison service territory have been paying a surcharge on their electric bills because Potomac Edison has been paying the operators of the AS Warrior Run plant a cost per kWh greater than the retail rate for the generation component on electric bills. According to the Office of People's Counsel, over the 23 years of the contract, Potomac Edison ratepayers, customers, have paid in excess of $1 billion under the Warrior Run contract than they would have paid by purchasing the power from other sources. The clause proposed in this legislation assures that the same mistake cannot happen with community solar generating systems. It's an issue of fairness and will ensure that electric customers' bills are not unnecessarily inflated to the benefit of generation providers. I thank you for your attentiveness to these complex and costly issues, and I do ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1525 on behalf of all Marylanders enduring such high energy bills. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Severna Park and the chair of the Future of Energy Initiative. Our mission is to facilitate the clean energy transition, and my advocacy is numbers. Last year, I published 3 op-eds in the Baltimore Sun trying to explain why the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative was bad policy for the state of Maryland. My written testimony has links to those pieces. RGGI works fine when the program boundaries align with market boundaries, as they do in New England. But Maryland is a member of the PJM market. This means that Maryland fossil fuel plants must pay an enormous RGGI tax, while their out-of-state competitors do not have to pay the tax. And the result is basically chaos. RGGI policy is shutting down Maryland fossil fuel plants without regard for the need to keep the lights on. RGGI caused the Brandon Shores plant to retire early. It contributed to last year's Howard County blackout. It caused the Maryland natural gas plants to file for early deactivation in 2024. The PJM capacity market in 2024 was uncapped and found a price that was big enough to pay the RGGI tax and enable the plants to stay in business. That price is now abusing BGE ratepayers. This is the 3 years after the competition. RGGI is increasing, not decreasing, regional greenhouse gas emissions, which is explained in detail in that TCR report that Delegate Wyvil referred to. RGGI in PJM states is not a climate program. It is a poorly designed retrogressive tax. In my world, when a program gets in the boundary, there's only one priority: stop making it worse. It's time for Maryland to withdraw from RGGI, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the sponsor or his panelist? Okay, thank you. That concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1525. We'll turn to Delegate Miller, House Bill 1534, Data Center Standards for Operation and Siting.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate April Miller, representing Frederick County, here to present House Bill 1534, which centers around protecting our children in our schools from the impact of hyperscale data centers. And I do have an amendment on request that better defines data center in the bill to a hyperscale data center only. The bill requires that before data centers, hyperscale data centers can operate, schools would be able to request HEPA-only filtration and MERV 13 plus filtration systems, establishing sound and vibration controls, as well as peak velocity limits, spring isolated foundations, and Tier 4 backup generators, as well as on-site battery energy storage. It would also prohibit backup generators testing between 7:30 a.m. and 4:30 p.m. And finally, in the bill, there are protections for our agricultural land and our rural legacy areas. So why is this bill incredibly important to me and my community? Well, I would like to invite you all to visit my district, especially to small, bucolic Adamstown, Maryland, and Carroll Manor Elementary School, which was built in 1965, has an enrollment of 500 students, and is home to our Successful Challenges program, which mainly serves our students with autism. I would love for you to come and stand on the playground with me and see just how close 900 feet away is from our students playing, as that is where the closest building on the immense hyperscale data center campus could be built to the school. The project being built on the East Alco site is 2,100 acres, 17.4 million square feet of data centers that will consume 2.4 gigawatts of power, and is the start of the 40-mile fiber connection to Data Center Alley in Loudoun County, Virginia, which Loudoun County, as of early 2026, has shifted to a by-right stance for data centers, and they are now highly regulated with special exception models that have especially revised their expectations around school and requiring special exception zoning and public hearings. This bill is based on the recommendations of the Loudoun studies and their lessons learned. So in Maryland, we do not repeat the same mistakes, with our children paying the price. To understand the scale that we are talking about, just look at the backup power systems. A single hyperscale data center requires dozens of diesel generators, each one of them the size of a 40-foot shipping container. This is not your backyard generator that you use for your house. These things are enormous. They are physically and mechanically like locomotives on standby. And when these locomotives undergo their monthly testing, they don't just sit there. They take 240 gallons of diesel per hour and emit a low-frequency tonal hum. These buildings also have HVAC. I think for the first 4 buildings, there's 86 HVAC systems on top of the buildings that also emit a hum. Now, for a neurotypical adult, this might just be a background nuisance, but for students with autism, it's like a sensory tax. It's a constant intrusive buzz that triggers the fight or flight response, making regulation and learning nearly impossible. And children in general are not just small adults. They breathe more air per pound of body weight, making them hyper vulnerable to the nitrogen oxides and particulate matter emitted during the generator testing. And without the protections in this bill, we are effectively placing a mile-long idling train next to a playground and asking our children to just keep playing. Other risks for the general student population: cognitive and academic impairment, as well as in regards to memory, speech perception, and language acquisition. Hyperscale data centers also require massive infrastructure that does affect the local air and environment. And the permanence of the constant hum provides a stressful environment and a sense of learned helplessness in our students. So with the vibrations for students with autism, they often have sensory processing disorders. And these invisible industrial outputs can significantly impact their ability to learn as well as regulate their emotions. In Frederick County, these buildings are being built and becoming operational right now. Our families can't wait for a study while the concrete is being poured. House Bill 1534 takes common sense steps necessary to protect our most vulnerable students and all of our citizens. Our students have no choice where they access their education. So why wouldn't we require these billion-dollar corporate entities to be good neighbors, especially to our schools? I would like to particularly address Councilmember Steve McKay has been on the front lines in Frederick County fighting a lot of the data center issues, and his testimony that he provided to you speaks about his frustration about the lack of authority that they've had over these key areas and how the bill does address and provides what he calls a powerful backstop to the local efforts to regulate and minimize the impacts of the data center developments on our communities. And then I would also like to address some of the opposition that calls the bill requirements extensive and disproportionate. Now, this bill was completely drafted on the recommendations of white papers, research papers, the most current recommendations out of Loudoun County Data Center Alley. That is what it's based on. And so if they have learned that they need more extensive and disproportionate regulations, shouldn't we listen to them to protect our citizens and not just be reactive 5-10 years down the road where we see the negative impacts we already know from our neighbors to the south? So I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1534. I am happy to send you all of the accompanying reports and information, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Miller. Thank you so much. I just want to say for bringing the perspective of our neurodivergent population, particularly children, into a committee about energy. It's something that we should be considering every time we look at any sort of policy. And absolutely, as someone with a child on the autism spectrum, I can tell you that they do indeed feel those sensory changes as very painful at times. And it's not something that most of us would be able to realize if we hadn't experienced it or a family member had. So thank you for that. Thank you for that. Would you like to take questions now, or would you like to first go to your virtual witness, Elise Wilson?
We can certainly go to my virtual witness.
Right.
I think she'll add to the conversation.
Sure. Ms. Wilson, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
All
Can you hear
right.
me
Thank
okay?
you so much. You may begin whenever you like.
Okay, I'm just making sure you can hear me okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay, just making sure. All righty. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Chairman, and the members of the committee. My name is Elise Wilson. I live in Ground Zero, Adamstown, Maryland, Frederick County, Maryland. I am here to urge a favorable report on HB 1534. We are currently facing a reality where there are zero mandated protections for Maryland schools located near massive data center developments, and local leadership has refused to act. In Frederick County, the people are speaking clearly. Our county is growing too fast and officials are refusing to listen. We have asked for a pause to wait for the state's analysis of data center impacts due this September, but we've been ignored. In response, a nonpartisan referendum petition has already gathered over 14,000 signatures as of this week from residents who feel unsafe and unheard. This is no longer a localized concern. It is a county-wide mandate for caution. We are looking at roughly, in the initial acreage of 1,600 acres, around 1,000 industrial diesel generators, each the size of a gigantic moving truck with the power of a locomotive. We need a neutral third party to regulate this air because we have seen that we cannot take the developer's word for it. When we asked Rowan Data Centers for mitigation at Carroll Manor Elementary, their response was, we put in a STEM center. Hey, but a STEM center doesn't matter if the children inside cannot breathe in it. For over a year, we fought for these 572 children at Carroll Manor, which includes specialized and ASD classroom for students with autism who are uniquely sensitive to environmental stressors. At a recent MDE meeting, we had over 250 parents attend, many asking if they must transfer their children with asthma due to a different school due to keep their children safe. Loudoun County, Virginia learned from their mistakes. They now have protections in place, HEPA filtration and air quality monitoring. Does Maryland not owe its children that same level of safety? Our
Thank you so
children's
much for
health.
your testimony.
Thank you.
Yes, we really appreciate you being here and you as well, Delegate Miller. So I am going to open it up to questions now. Looks like Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Miller, for bringing this bill. You always bring such interesting bills to this committee. And as a public health professional, I see you, I see your intent, and I really appreciate it. It's true that while our sensitive, neurodivergent children may be the canaries in the coal mine for potential health impacts of data centers, we all experience the potential risks. And so if we keep those kids safe, keep everyone safe. So I really appreciate you bringing this forward. I do have a question, Madam Chair. My question is, given what you've shared with us, the lessons learned from Loudoun County, could you also, and I know you offered to share reports, materials with the committee, that would be valuable. But from what you've learned in your study of those results, has Loudoun County found it feasible to require data centers to take steps to do interventions to change their operations in ways that protect the vulnerable in the nearby areas near to the data centers? How have the data centers there responded?
Feasible and costly, especially to retrofit. Take our school, like I said, which borders the hyperscale massive campus. It is not just one building, it is multiple buildings with an overlay expanded right next to it that our county council has approved, which will add even more to the surrounding areas. It will surround all the school. The structure of the school was built in 1965, so it should be retrofitted, especially to protect from some of the vibrations. That's why we wanted the monitoring system at the edge of the school, and as well as the filtration devices. So yes, Loudoun is looking at possibly some expenses that would go toward retrofitting the schools, and especially because they were by right for so long, you've seen it, it's integrated all within their county. And that's what we hope to prevent with this legislation going forward. Again, like you said, protecting the most vulnerable and going out from there. But I think it's the least that they can do when they are building right next to, especially a school. That's why we're focused on the school. That's what we're hearing a lot of the outcry about, but as well as just being a good neighbor in general, especially to our residents.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Lewis. And I just have a question. Has Loudoun tried to hold the data centers responsible for some of this retrofitting?
That I am not sure. I can get you that information from them. I only have their reports as far as how they're going moving forward. Now they require, like I said, public hearings with their boards of ed, parents can, and they actually are putting some regulations in place that could stop future. How you go back, that's tricky.
Sure. And last question before I go to Delegate Naraki. Did they make and we do want the reports, please send them to the committee. Of course, yes, have them all. I think we've got a lot of interest here in that. Yeah. Did they make a specific recommendation as to what would be the healthiest distance?
Yes,
from a school.
Yes, there's different feet, mileages, if they're within certain miles, certain feet, and I tried to replicate that in the bill, but yes, I can get that to you.
Thank you so much. Delegate Naraki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate, good to see you. Thank you for the bill. Issue also that could potentially affect my district with power lines rolling through, and so definitely certainly concerned about this. I wanted to give you a chance. Have you had a chance, Delegate, to take a look at MDE's informational letter for the bill? Okay, I just wanted to give you a chance to maybe respond to some of their concerns about implementation.
So I think they were concerned about not having the staffing and everything like that. And so my response to them is, it's time we get it, or decide who has the authority about this as we are going toward more. This is very new phenomenon. How long have hyperscale data centers been around? Right? This is very new technology that there are only a few places in the country that have dealt with it to the level, especially that we're going to be dealing with it in my county, and that we are dealing with it in my county. So I think we absolutely need to either have the staff, have the specialized equipment, whatever we need to be monitoring for the health and safety and well-being, not only of our students, our residents in general. We need those specifics then, either if it's MDE, Department of Health, whoever is going to take the ownership of it. I think that should also be a priority.
And that's fair. Some of it also was not just about staffing, but sort of at appropriate levels of government, like maybe some should be at the local level versus the state level.
Yes.
Would you be willing to work with MDE to try to resolve some of those differences, assuming that, you know, we move the ball forward here with legislation, but would you be willing to kind of have those conversations with them? And maybe you're already having those conversations with them.
Not per se with MDE, I haven't, but yes, I would absolutely be willing to do that. And I think our locals would appreciate the support as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions for this panel, I would like to move on. You have one unfavorable in person, Andrew Zirkle, if you'd like to approach. Thank you. And you may begin whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Andrew Zirkle on behalf of the Maryland Tech Council. And again, I'd like to thank the chair and the committee for the opportunity to present opposition testimony on House Bill 1534. I'm not going to repeat all the facts and figures from my previous testimony, but we have similar concerns with this bill about its impact on our state's competitiveness for this lucrative industry, both in terms of revenue for the state and counties, as well as jobs. One figure I didn't mention in my last testimony is the substantial employment benefits. A study that was commissioned by the Tech Council, we found that for every 800,000 square feet of data center, you receive 5,000 construction jobs during the life cycle of that data center, and then 500 permanent jobs afterwards. We are being outcompeted in this industry. And as far as it goes with this particular bill, some of our specific concerns are that it will take valuable land use decision-making capabilities away from counties that are either seeking to bring in this development or potentially craft their own policy that's specific to the needs of their county or locality. I think there's also a concern, and I'm happy to speak to specifics if there are any questions, but there's concerns that it imposes conditions on this industry that are unique and penalizing that other industries maybe don't have to face related to vibration or emissions. And then finally, again, I haven't seen the version of the bill that is amended, but I think in its current form, there's some concerns about vagueness for definitions, whether that's the definition of a data center. There's also some vagueness when it comes to a requirement for battery storage, where it just has a 50 megawatt threshold and then no additional details on that, as well as the measuring for airborne pollutants. So with all of that, I asked for an unfavorable report, and I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zirkle. I do have a question for you. Recognizing that you said you believe that these are unique penalties that we're imposing on this particular business model, do you not think that, is it possible that they also bring unique challenges to a community that we don't necessarily see in other sorts of business models?
I do think that there are some areas where it's appropriate to have industry-specific regulations, but the thing that I'm thinking of, a good example is the bill is particularly concerned with PM 2.5 emissions. And that's certainly something that we should all have our eye on. But, you know, for example, we're not requiring agriculture to finance HEPA filters or to have all this pollution monitoring. That's a pretty substantial source of PM 2.5. Roadways and highway traffic, which, you know, that's another thing that you often see near schools. That's a substantial emitter as well. There are many industries that, for one reason or another, we make a land use decision and we allow those industries or land uses near schools, and counties may have jurisdiction over, you know, how close things happen to schools, but I think that this bill, there's some capture of issues where we're building in requirements for just this specific industry where, you know, if we truly want to look at it, right, then maybe it should be a PM 2.5 requirement for everyone. And maybe we should be looking at where roadways are positioned or where agriculture is positioned compared to schools. I don't know if that approach is helpful or useful, but it's something that we flagged in this bill.
All right, thank you. Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you. Just kind of going over like the logic that you just put out, wouldn't you agree that a data center or a mega data center of some kind, a hyperscale data center, is far different than the other things that you just mentioned? I mean, just the diesel generators are functioning just for testing purposes. I mean, this is a huge industry. This is a massive industry. I'm really having a little trouble kind of connecting your logic that it's no different than, you know, a road that's built or a farming community.
I think that it's incumbent upon us to have regulations and standards that are proportionate to the impact of the industry. And I think that there are use cases or industrial use cases, again, roadways, agriculture, that are substantially proportional when it comes to PM 2.5 emissions to data centers. And so the idea that we're going to impose these kinds of requirements, which no other state in the country requires data centers to pay for this kind of infrastructure or be subjected to this kind of monitoring, where, you know, substantially similar, impactful industries, we're just going to let them go. I don't think that is the right way to approach this.
All right, I will let it go because I want to be respectful of the time of the committee, but I would respectfully disagree.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate that. And Delegate Miller, if you could please get that information to us today. Thank you. All right. Looks like that's the end of the hearing here on House Bill 1534. We'll now move to Delegate Riley, House Bill 1404. And Delegate, if you have a panel, they may approach with you.
No, me, myself.
Okay.
No.
All right.
I have an additional pamphlet. Can I just pass this around and members take one?
Do you mind getting that from? Yes, we'll send our trustee protection our trustee protection delegate Allen down there too. Thank you. Thank you. All right, and you may begin whenever you like.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll be brief. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the esteemed members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. For the record, I am Delegate Teresa Riley from District 35A, here to introduce HB 1401, Public Utilities, Energy Generation and Transmission. I am here today as an advocate on behalf of my constituents, like so many of you. Marylanders are experiencing high-cost energy bills and could experience service interruptions and blackouts. This just occurred briefly in my district last month during the freezing winter weather. As a state, we have been primarily focused on wind, solar, battery storage, which are intermittent renewable energy resources. And we have allowed excessive regulations to force our 24/7 base load plants to retire early with no reliable replacements. Maryland needs baseload natural gas generation projects to connect energy to the grid at a rapid pace to avoid loss of electricity and to help stabilize pricing. Maryland needs to secure our own supply of electricity to decrease our dependence on other states where we currently buy 40% of our electricity. HB 1404 will allow investor-owned electric companies and electric suppliers to construct and operate its own energy generating facilities from natural gas. As this bill points out, private businesses are welcome and have been, but we haven't seen a huge uptick on their investments. For example, under the Next Generation Century Act of 2025, there were only 5 proposals submitted, with only 2 remaining, and neither have been finalized for approval. That's just one reason why this legislation is so important for Maryland to open up the ability for generating electricity for our electricity suppliers. I see this as an all-hands-on-deck approach. This is the important part. If all of it's important, but this is important. If utilities can generate their own energy, then they have the ability to sell electricity onto PJM and bid capacity into the base residual auction of PJM. In turn, the utility receives the revenue associated for this activity, allowing the utility to give that credit back to the consumers, opposed to lining their own pockets. Briefly, I would like to address some of the oppositions because I won't have that opportunity to do so. So keep in mind that these are the very companies that profit most from high energy prices and have every incentive to protect the status quo at Maryland ratepayers' expense. According to the Power for Tomorrow analysis of U.S. Energy Information Administration data, households in deregulated states like Maryland pay 42% more on average than households in regulated states. Maryland consumers are paying this high premium right now. The evidence is straightforward. Residential consumers in Virginia are far better off than those in Maryland. And the distinguishing feature between those is simple. Virginia utilities can generate their own generation. That structure difference drives real savings for real families. I respectfully ask for a favorable report and be happy to answer any questions should you have any. Thank you very much.
Right, any questions from the committee? All right, I want to thank you for this really fabulous cheat sheet. It is very helpful.
I figure it'd be
Appreciate it.
very helpful since this is a new committee on energy.
And I do think, yes, we appreciate it. And I do think it's all important. So thank you for that. Seeing no questions, Delegate Fraser Hidalgo? Seeing no questions? All right. We'll move on then to, let's see, we have unfavorable testimony from Richard Reinhardt and Barry Glassman, and you can both approach if you'd like.
You go first? Oh, I'll go first. It's fine. If you want me to. Go ahead. My dad said I can go first. Is that okay?
Please do. Okay, that was quite, I can't get that out of my head now. Go.
Most people in the hallways always do say the same thing. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Richard Reinhardt with Purse Public Affairs. We represent the Retail Energy Supply Association, and we're here to oppose House Bill 1404. RESA's position is that competitive retail markets, rather than the traditional monopoly-protected, rate-regulated utility structures, is providing the best outcomes for consumers in terms of innovation, price efficiency, and renewable adaptation. In many PJM states, electric costs are among the highest in the nation. As prices increase, you all are looking at finding ways to mitigate these burdens from your constituents. This has afforded the opportunity for these types of bills to be before you today. The debate on whether utilities should have the ability to generate their own power has been growing beyond the borders of Maryland. In fact, you can see in other state legislatures, such as New Jersey and Pennsylvania, they've already been looking at similar introductions. But I look at where we were almost 30 years ago, when the General Assembly passed the Electric Consumer Choice and Competition Act. It restructured whereby utilities maintain a monopoly of both distribution and transportation. However, under that restructuring, utilities were required to divest from all generating assets, passing the ownership and operation to independent power producers competing in an open market. This shifted the financial risk associated with building and operating power plants away from the ratepayers and onto the IPPs. whereby they recover the costs by selling electricity on the competitive wholesale market. Letting utilities back into generation won't make new power plants appear faster or cheaper. If anything, if we allow for the utilities to come back, they will be competing with the independent power producers, and they'll be facing new competition, and unfortunately, utilities will be able to provide and bear the cost, not to themselves, but onto the ratepayers in Maryland. For those reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, Barry Glassman with Deer Creek on behalf of the P3 group, which are the independent PJM power providers in the region. We have about 20 sites in Maryland through our members and generate about 100,000 megawatts of electric in the PJM territory. We respectfully ask for an unfavorable report on 1404. It pains me, as Delegate Riley is my delegate, so it pains me to be here today. But on behalf of the independent power folks that have invested tens of billions of dollars in independent generation for the PJM grid, by going back into a regulated marketplace, it not only creates an uneven playing field for all that at-risk capital. These folks have invested their own money, not the ratepayers' money, in this generation. This bill comes at a pretty bad time when you think of whether ratepayers should subsidize new generation for the utilities for yet another line item on their monthly bill. We feel it's not the right time. The PJM is taking action with price caps, and some of the recent actions they're doing to study not only pricing, but data center self-generation. We just feel it is a bad time to subsidize utilities yet again and create an uneven playing field here in the state of Maryland. So on behalf of the P3 group, we respectfully request an unfavorable report. I would direct you to my written testimony also on House Bill 1561, which has some data, supporting data along with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, and it's a good thing that she doesn't have to vote for you anymore. You have a good delegate there. I see no questions from the committee on this panel. That ends the hearing of Delegate Riley's House Bill 1404. We will move on to Delegate Long's second bill, House Bill 1494. Any of you would like to bring up a panel, you certainly may whenever you're ready. While we're waiting for them to get situated, I do want to let our friends in the audience know that we do not allow signs to be held up during hearings in the House of Delegates. So I know I saw a lot of you coming in and security pointed it out to a few of you. That's not something that we can have in the hearing room. Certainly outside, you know, wave them around all you'd like, but inside we cannot. So thank you so much for respecting that. All right. Delegate Long.
Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Madam Chair, and to my fellow members of the committee. Energy, energy, energy. It's not just a Beyonce song. It is something that is on the hearts and minds of every Marylander, every resident, and so I am pleased again to be here with a distinguished panel to present to you House Bill 1494, the Retail Energy Modernization and Consumer Choice Act. House Bill 1494 moves Maryland toward a more flexible, resilient, and efficient energy system. When energy costs rise, the burden falls on Marylanders across our state. As you heard in my previous testimony, utility bills are not optional expenses. Marylanders must make the tough decisions between paying for their rent or medication instead of paying to keep their heat on. My office has received a significant increase in calls from constituents asking for ways to make Maryland's energy market more competitive and to make our state more affordable. Some have even pointed to policies like SB 1 as part of what they believe contributed to the increase in their utility bills. One of the reasons as to why electricity becomes so expensive is during short periods of extremely high demand on the power grid. When demand spikes, utilities must rely on the most expensive source of electricity and maintain infrastructure capable of meeting those brief peak moments. Over time, the cost of building and maintaining that capacity is passed on to Maryland ratepayers, which is you and I. In response, we have a responsibility to make energy more affordable and to ensure our energy system operates as efficiently as possible. HB 1494, as you see, allows electricity supply to be paired with modern energy tools such as battery storage, demand response technology, and other distributed energy resources that help reduce or shift electricity use when demand is at its highest. These tools help the grid respond in real time when demand begins to rise, reducing the need to rely on more expensive electricity generation and helping avoid costly infrastructure expansions that ultimately get passed down to consumers. House Bill 1494 also directs the PSC, Public Service Commission, to establish clear standards for billing, cybersecurity, and interconnection to ensure these innovations are implemented responsibly and with strong consumer protections. At a time when we are hearing from constituents across our great state about the rising cost of electricity, we cannot afford to ignore solutions that make our energy market more competitive and more responsive to the needs of Maryland families. And for these reasons, I respectfully ask for a favorable report on House Bill 1494. Before I pass to my panel, I also want to say that you have probably seen some amendments in your packet and suggestions from MEA, and we are amenable to that and would love to work with the Speaker's office and the committee council and the chair and vice chair and all the subcommittee chair and all these great folks here so we can get something out that's a great product for working families. Thank you.
Thank you, and we are so glad you're back. You gentlemen may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Maurice Simpson. I'm here on behalf of Constellation in support of House Bill 1494. Constellation serves more than 2 million customers nationwide, including residential customers, public institutions, and about 3/4 of the Fortune 100. In Maryland, we have long participated in the competitive retail supply market with one goal in mind: delivering value to customers, lower prices, cleaner power, and innovative options that reflect how people actually use electricity. HB 1494 is important because it restores the legal framework needed for modern demand response and grid interactive products to operate in Maryland. Demand response is not about selling more electricity. It's about helping customers use electricity more intelligently, reducing usage during peak periods, lowering system costs, and improving reliability, especially during PJM peak events. When deployed at scale, demand response lowers capacity costs and helps stabilize prices for all ratepayers. Here's a Maryland-specific example. Maryland has invested heavily in smart meters, yet residential customers are largely prevented from using that technology to save money. Under HB 1494, a Maryland household with an electric vehicle, smart thermostat, or home battery could enroll in a fixed rate, time of use plan that encourages off-peak usage and reduced demand during PJM peak events. This mirrors emerging models in other states, such as Base Power's battery-enabled residential programs, where customers receive predictable pricing while distributed resources are used to reduce peak demand and support grid reliability. HB 1494 enables Maryland customers to access these same types of customer-focused, grid-supportive initiatives. Just as important, this bill maintains strong customer protections. It preserves limits on variable pricing, prohibits incentive-based sales commissions, and directs the PSC to strengthen rules around billing, cybersecurity, and data transparency. With that, we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Mason Eminent with Constellation Energy, available for any technical questions associated with the demand response or clean energy provisions.
That was great testimony, sir, since we have 40 more witnesses. Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you. Delegate, thank you very much for bringing the bill. I just want to understand a little bit. Do you have a cross file? I know Senator Guyton is working on something, but I don't know if it's completely different. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Promotion, Madam Vice Chair.
Well, some people may or may not say that, so I don't want to assume it's a promotion. We love her right here. So I guess my question to you is, are you working with the cross-file, or is there a cross-file? Let me ask this. Is there a cross-file to your bill?
No, sorry.
I can answer that.
Maurice,
So
Maurice,
this,
do you know, is it?
you know, I mean, we all work together, right? So there is not technically a cross-file, but we are working together in concert with the Senate sponsor on the Senate side of a bill that is very similar to this, and working to make language that is conducive for both chambers.
So you are working with Senator
Correct,
Gallagher.
yes. We're actively engaged on the Senate side on SB 794, Senator Gall's bill.
But they're two completely different bills?
They're completely different bills. It's not an identical cross.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I know I've been really uncharacteristically bossy today, but folks, could we please close the doors and not leave them open with people? Thank you. That's much better. Thank you. It was very difficult for us to hear, so go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, so no, there's not an identical cross-file, but there is a same subject bill in the Senate, and we are working with the sponsor on amendments to, if possible, get them to mirror one another.
So is this a significant expansion to her version? Because you talk about demand response, you talk about a lot of things that I don't know that are in her version. Like battery backup, demand response, so.
Yeah, no, the bill in the Senate deals with just more commodity-based products. And
the original repeal of SB 1 from 2 years ago.
Yeah, not a repeal per se, but it does remove some of the restrictions, whereas this bill is designed as a carve-out for specific value-added products.
Including a partial kind of repeal or readdress to SB 1 from 2 years ago.
No, so with this, only these products would be carved out from certain provisions of SB 1. Other products or energy supply contracts would still be subject to the restrictions of SB 1.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seeing no more questions for this panel, we'll move on. You have a couple of unfavorables in person. Mr. Dennison from SMECO. Mr. Deal from Pepco Delmarva. We have BGE, Benjamin, Guy Andes, I need my glasses, and we have Laurel Peltier from Maryland Energy Advocates Coalition. So you can all join at the same time. And again, I just want to remind folks, if people come in the door, please try to get them in and out as quickly as possible, and maybe move in a little bit. There are some seats still left. Energy days are so exciting in this committee. But it is difficult for us to hear when the doors are constantly open and closed. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Guy Andes. I'm Senior Manager for State Affairs for BG&E. BG&E delivers power to 1.3 million electric customers and over 700,000 natural gas customers in Maryland. BGE supports retail choice as a tool to enhance customer affordability. However, HB 1494 requires utilities to implement a utility consolidated billing with purchase of receivables framework for newly defined third-party supplier products. This raises significant cost, operational, and customer protection concerns. Mandating purchase of receivables shifts financial risk from competitive suppliers to regulated utilities and ultimately your constituents, Maryland ratepayers. Utilities would be required to purchase supplier receivables regardless of credit risks, socializing unpaid supplier bills across all customers, including those who never chose competitive supply. This concern is consistent with the policies reflected in SB 1 of 2024, which prohibited the sale and purchase of receivables for residential retail energy customers. House Bill 1494 also require extensive and costly redesign of utility billing systems, customer information systems, and settlement processes. BGE does not currently have the capacity or capability to identify or verify which supplier products would qualify under the bill, nor can we purchase receivables for non-commodity charges under existing regulations and PSC-approved tariffs. These system upgrades would ultimately be covered through distribution rates, meaning all customers would pay for them. Notably, BG&E has already invested more than $12 million in a supplier consolidated billing system that was never used. Finally, maintaining dual billing, which is the practice today, promotes transparency and accountability and reduces customer confusion. For these reasons, BGE respectfully requests an unfavorable report on House Bill 1494. Thank you.
Good
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Poetry Deal, State Affairs Manager, and I'm here on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power to oppose House Bill 1494. PEPCO and Delmarva support customer choice and strong consumer protections. However, House Bill 1494 imposes significant and unnecessary changes to Maryland's billing and market structure that will ultimately raise costs for our customers. This legislation will require utilities to build and operate new billing and receivable systems for suppliers, including consolidated billing, which is a major infrastructure overhaul. These systems are complex, costly, and resource-intensive to build, test, secure, and maintain. Unless the law explicitly requires suppliers to cover all incremental costs, those new expenses would be shifted onto all customers, including those who never choose a supplier. That is neither fair nor sound policy. Placing supplier charges on utility bills also blurs accountability. Customers often assume that the utility sets supplier prices, which we do not. This confusion leads to more disputes, slower resolution, and greater customer frustration. Maintaining the current billing system avoids burdening customers with the cost of building a redesigned billing platform and the ongoing operational service impacts that come with it. Any change involving customer billing and data must be handled carefully with clear rules, realistic timelines, and strong protections for our customers in place. For these reasons, we respectfully request an unfavorable report on House Bill 1494. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chairman. Tom Dennison with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, here also in opposition to House Bill 1494. I will not repeat the concerns of my colleagues to the right of me, but I just want to remind the committee that these billing upgrades that would have to be done for SMECA would also apply. And I just want to correct the record on something that was said by the previous panel about Senate Bill 1 from 2024. Electric ratepayers in Southern Maryland did save money, and those on alternative suppliers in our service territory were overpaying by more than $3 million compared to standard offer service prices. SB 1 was a tremendously good consumer protection bill, and this bill takes many steps backward, and we respectfully request that you an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. I am Laurel Peltier. I'm a proud AARP advocate for utilities. I had Energy Advocates, and I was also the lead volunteer on my own time to reform this market. I caught this in 2016 as a reporter, and I decided this wasn't working. This bill, HB 1494, is very interesting. It's actually two different products. SB 1 was successful and signaled that Retail Choice 1.0 from 1999 to 2024 was over. It was time for Retail Choice 2.0. And when I read HB 1494, it's actually the first half is going back to Retail Choice 1.0, which I'll explain. And then there is some very interesting and innovative stuff, which is Retail Choice 2.0. What they want to do is basically say that if you have a renewable energy credit off of an old nuclear power plant called an EFEC, that makes a carbon-free offer. And then if somebody buys this carbon-free offer, most of the protections from SB 1 don't apply, most specifically a rate cap. So that's creating a whole new retail energy product for nuclear families. What is innovative, and that's buried in this bill, is what's Retail Choice 2.0, which is really what they said in 1999. We're going to be innovative. We're going to be creative, and using batteries that are fed from the electrical grid when it's cheap and quiet isn't a bad idea, and I would argue it's a very complicated idea and one that should be in a working group and that should be looked at by our state. So the reason we're unfavorable is SB 1 from 2024 saved over $200 million since it was passed, and I see a lot of this as stepping back from that. So thank you for your time.
Questions for this panel? Okay, thank you. I believe that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1494. Return to House Bill 1253, Delegate Baylor, Break Stride Act. If you have a panel, please bring them up.
Hey. How's it going, man? Good. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, Delegate Dylan Baylor from District 30A, testifying in support of House Bill 1253, otherwise known as the Break Stride Act. I respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 1253, which, if passed, has the potential to save ratepayers a tremendous amount of money. It would save our ratepayers money, specifically, by repealing the Stride Act, the Stride Law in its entirety, explicitly prohibiting a utility from recovering the costs of gas infrastructure replacements through alternate forms of regulations such as multi-year rate plans and forecasted rates, and by maintaining the requirements for customer notification, safety and cost effectiveness, and alternative assessments related to gas infrastructure improvements that were passed in the Next Generation Energy Act last year. This session, we've heard a lot about STRIDE, the Strategic Infrastructure Development and Enhancement Plan. But as a quick reminder, this was a law that was originally passed in 2013 as a mechanism to provide our utilities with accelerated cost recovery for gas infrastructure projects. Since its passage, we've seen utilities spend more than $2 billion, with projections of spending nearly $8 billion in total, which would lead to a $40+ billion cost to the ratepayers. It is also important to remember our conversations and the various briefings throughout the beginning of this session related to utility spending and utility profits. The vast majority of utility profit is driven by distribution level spending, including infrastructure spending, and not related to the actual supply of gas and electricity. The STRIDE law increases utility profits by giving utilities accelerated cost recovery of such infrastructure spending. It is allowed and will continue to allow our utilities to see profits at an accelerated rate. If we pass this bill, we would be saying a few key things. Firstly, that STRIDE and accelerated recovery of gas infrastructure spending has driven up customer rates while allowing our investor-owned utilities to receive exorbitant profits on the backs of ratepayers, and we cannot allow it to continue. Two, with energy bills at unaffordable levels, ratepayers should not be subject to unnecessary mechanisms to give utilities faster cost recovery that just leads to faster increases in rates and energy bills. And three, we are solving this problem now before it gets exponentially worse. According to analysis from the Office of People's Counsel, without intervention, and if gas commodity prices reflect the current 5-year average, winter gas bills could double by 2050 for some of our constituents. Also in testimony, I don't usually reference what a bill doesn't do, but I thought with what you were going to hear from the opposition that it is important to talk about what this bill does not do. This legislation does not go against the reforms to STRIDE that we made last year in the Next Generation Energy Act, but rather it builds off of those reforms. Last session, we made great progress on reining in STRIDE. In that bill, we required gas utility companies to prioritize replacement based on risk, use alternatives to replacement where less costly, and provide notice to customers should customers want to electrify to avoid costs of infrastructure replacement. This legislation builds off of that. It would build off of that by fully repealing STRIDE, since it's clear that our utilities don't want to operate under the rules of the road. As the Public Service Commission, as those provisions went into effect in June 25, and since then our utilities have argued before the Public Service Commission that they do not have to comply with the law or that the law does not apply to them until they file a new STRIDE program or rate case. Two, this legislation does not prevent investor-owned utilities from making necessary investments for safety and reliability. I think this is an incredibly important point. It is a core legal obligation of our investor-owned utilities to create safe utilities. And what this bill is saying is that they just should not receive an accelerated return on that investment. And three, this legislation does not make it harder for investor-owned utilities to meet United States Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration requirements. Nothing in this law changes the utility's state or federal legal obligations on safety. In fact, it makes them stronger. All it does is return to a well-tested form of financing for infrastructure projects. Additionally, you will likely hear that there is a $2 surcharge cap for STRIDE cost recovery per month. While that is true in law, it does not meaningfully work in practice, as the surcharge is reset when they come for a new rate case, and it is included in the utilities rate base. I also want to recognize an amendment that was offered by the speaker in her bill hearing that I think is important to this conversation as well. Her amendment to the Continuing the Next Generation Energy Act prevented the use of forecasted test year as an alternate form of regulation. What that means is that rates cannot be set on utilities' projected costs. Instead, rates are set based on historical or actual spending. The STRIDE program operates in the same way, just limited to gas infrastructure replacement. And without STRIDE, gas replacement work will continue, but be recovered in rates based on historic actual spending on the work completed. Returning to the standard rate-making process strengthens scrutiny on spending and reduces the incentive to overspend. Future or projected spending, on the other hand, as provided through STRIDE currently in multi-year rate plans, increases the incentive to spend excessively and wastefully, driving up spending rates and profits. That amendment goes hand in hand with this legislation because under this bill, all gas utility capital spending would go back to the typical rate setting processes. With all of this in mind, I would respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 1253 to better protect our ratepayers across the state from ever increasing energy bills. And with that, I'm happy to turn it over to my panel.
Good afternoon, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel here in strong support of HB 1253. Energy bills continue to crush Maryland households this year, and we hear the same question. What can we do to lower energy bills? The Break Stride Act will slow rate increases that are effectively guaranteed to continue for about 20 more years for most gas customers. BGE's distribution rates have tripled since 2012, and that's just the beginning. To complete their STRIDE programs, BGE will spend another $3 billion and Washington Gas about $4 billion. In about 10 years, most Maryland customers will be paying about double the gas distribution rates, the high rates they're already paying today, and could pay much more depending on volatile gas supply costs and customer departures. Their STRIDE programs will last about 20 more years, each adding about $20 billion to customer rates. All these figures are documented in reports and other analyses available on our website. It's not easy to reduce utility rates once the utility spends on infrastructure and the costs are moved into rates. That means we need to rein in spending before it occurs. Repeal of STRIDE and accelerated replacement of gas infrastructure also is sensible economic policy. Per customer gas usage is declining, which means further rate increases to pay fixed cost over fewer sales and the possibility of billions of dollars in stranded costs. The legislature can save customers money immediately and reduce stranded cost risks by acting now to eliminate accelerated cost recovery. The utilities can continue all the work necessary to meet federal safety requirements. All this bill does is prevent utilities from getting extra financial benefits that only bring faster and higher rate increases. Thank you to the sponsors, and we ask for a favorable report.
Hi, it's Laurel Peltier again, and I'm here on behalf of AARP and Energy Advocates. And a little bit of history. In 2012, AARP fought STRIDE and won. In 2013, AARP fought STRIDE and lost. AARP sang from the mountains that Maryland consumers would not be able to foot the bill to rebuild an aging system. Not an inherently unsafe one, an aging one. So STRIDE would be bad for ratepayers. So where are we 13 years later? There are 661,000 BG&E residential gas accounts, and most of those gas accounts heat their home with gas. There are hundreds of thousands of older, inefficient gas furnaces in the BG&E territory. In 2010, pre-merger, a BG&E resident spent about $1,000 in total to heat their home. That means all in, delivery and supply, it was about $1.06. On my BG&E, you can look today, 13 years later, my delivery charge only is $1.07. And I spent 70 cents this month to equal $1.85 per therm to heat part of my house. So what we ask is, BG&E, where's it going to go? How high is this going to go? Will gas be $2? Will it be $3? Will it cost $3 per therm, $3,000 to heat our homes? As you'll hear, renters are getting crushed. It's very tough to find a landlord who cares about replacing a gas furnace that technically is still working. For one of our critical medical needs clients, we got DHCD in, and a new gas furnace replacement was $20,000 because it needed a new chimney liner. Their rental uses 800 therms of gas, it broke, and then they went to space heaters. This needs to stop. Gas infrastructure decisions should use the old-fashioned rate case look-back method. Stride should end. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my name is Emily Scarr. I'm a senior advisor with Marilyn Perg, the statewide consumer group based in Baltimore, here in support of HB 1253. Gas utilities are legally required to maintain the safety of the gas system, including making necessary repairs and replacements without additional profits or financial incentive. Marilyn Perg is happy to support Delegate Baylor's work to build on last year's changes to gas pipeline spending in the Next Generation Energy Act by fully repealing Stride. While gas utilities may argue that removing these financial incentives will make it difficult to raise sufficient funds to do the work, there's simply no evidence to back up that claim. And in fact, the evidence suggests that it's simply not true. As the committee is well aware, financial incentives like Stride surcharge and multi-year rate making tend to increase utility spending, delivery rates, and profits, while reducing critical oversight from the Public Service Commission. In December, Marilyn Perg released Fast-Tracked and Flawed, an analysis of BG&E's 2025 Operation Pipeline work, which found that the company is not properly prioritizing safety, and its pressure conversion strategy could actually be slowing the work to repair or replace the most at-risk cast iron pipe. In 2025, 15% of the mains and more than 40% of the service lines being replaced were lower risk materials like plastic. The 2026 plan is much the same. This added work is expensive, disruptive, and increasing the risk of stranded assets. BG&E and Washington Gas will argue that they have to replace leaky cast iron, and we're trying to stop them. We are not. Not all cast iron is of equal risk. A targeted approach to address cast iron through proper safety and cost-effectiveness testing will be faster, less expensive, and return better safety results. We must consider the long-term energy future while also maintaining a safe gas system for customers in the near term. This is Marilyn Perg's goal. We urge the legislature to intervene now to end financial incentives for gas pipeline replacements, which builds on the House's work to end the controversial reconciliation process. We recommend a favorable report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's bring up.
I think we have one virtual witness as well.
I got you, Delegate.
Thank
Let's
you.
bring up Council President Zeke Cohen.
Hey, good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon. Thank you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Corman and honorable members of the Environmental and Transportation Committee. And thank you to Delegate Baylor and co-sponsors, Delegates Embry, Ruff, and Lewis from the Baltimore City delegation for sponsoring this legislation. I'm City Council President Zeke Cohen from Baltimore, and I would like to share the impacts of rising BGE gas bills on Baltimoreans. Baltimoreans are simply at a breaking point. A report just last week from the Johns Hopkins Baltimore Area Survey found that more than half of Baltimore households with children missed at least one utility payment in the past year. And the City Council constantly hears heartbreaking stories that reflect this cruel reality, including a senior who faced a $1,000 bill in one of the coldest months and told us she was trying to choose between paying for medical oxygen or gas. If you look at gas distribution rates over the past 2 years, there are two clear inflection points where rates increase faster. The first is the passage of Stride. The second is the start of multi-year rate plans. This bill ends both of these so-called accelerated cost recovery mechanisms that have shifted the risk of overspending from the utilities to our ratepayers. I will note that the Baltimore City Council has called on the Public Service Commission to reject and end multi-year rate plans since 2023. Now, the PSC has had more than a year to assess the stunning consequences for ratepayers of these multi-year rate plans through a so-called lessons learned proceeding, but it has not yet issued a decision. Last week, I was before this committee to support Speaker Pena-Melnick's bill and amendment to end forecasted test years, and it's for the same reason that I am before you now in support of this bill. The General Assembly has an opportunity to change the math so it doesn't always add up in favor of Exelon's investors. I ask that the committee report favorably on this bill, and again, thank you to the sponsor and to all the folks who've been working on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Stein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Delegate, for bringing this bill. Don't know if you've seen the PSC letter that the Chairman Barve submitted. He has a number of comments on your bill, but the one I wanted to ask about is about the notice. Let's see, the advanced customer notice requirement for any planned gas infrastructure investment where an investor-owned gas company determines a non-pipeline alternative is not feasible. I guess your bill would require 2 years. They say that through their, I guess, their deliberative process, the PSCs, they've determined a 100-day notice requirement is appropriate. Maybe you haven't had a chance to see their letter, but just curious if you have any comment on that, or?
Yeah, I would defer to David if he has specific thoughts.
I haven't seen the letter specifically. The notice issue has come up before the commission quite a bit. The utilities, it's been a challenge to get notice. The idea is that we should not be spending, it can cost well in excess of $10,000 for a single family house to do this stride work. They replace the service line from the main, a regulator, and a meter. And of course, those costs, when you add them into rates, they're multiples of that. So we're talking tens of thousands of dollars just for a single household. So the idea is that customers who may be electrifying or may want to go in that direction have some time. So BGE and Washington Gas's stride plans will take another approximately 20 years to complete. So they know where that aged infrastructure is. And they can certainly provide, significant, some of those households could get 10 to 15 to 20 years, notice. So this is something we're working out, at the commission on, through different proceedings. The utilities do not have good processes in place for customers who, want to electrify. Often it's very confusing. So we've been trying to advance better processes. And we think 2 years notice is appropriate. I think there probably could be some, compromise on exactly the way that's worded in the legislation to take care of work that's planned, like say in the next year or the next 18 months, if that's impractical, as the utilities sometimes say.
Yeah, so I think just in closing, I think we would be happy to have conversations with the PSC about that point. I think the intent of the bill is to make sure that there is proper notification requirements, so that way people are aware. And I think, there could be a conversation about timing on the implementation of that piece for future work, right? And I'm happy to have those conversations.
Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thanks for bringing the bill. My question is, I can't remember, someone mentioned the idea of stranded assets. And I just want to talk about that a little bit more, see if maybe you can elaborate on that. Because as I understand it, the goal here and the goal of what the work we've been doing largely in the General Assembly for the last 15 years or so has been, towards electrification. So what happens when we do finally achieve a high degree of electrification and a lot of investment has been made in what is essentially an old technology?
We are greatly concerned about this issue of stranded assets. So BGE has about another $3 billion to spend, Washington Gas $4 billion to spend. Those costs, this gas infrastructure is depreciated. It's sort of like a long-term mortgage, and it's paid off 40, 50, 60 years from now. So regardless of what you think about climate change, we know that electric appliances, whether they be heat pumps or induction stoves or heat pump water heaters, they are vastly more efficient than the most efficient gas appliances. So, whether, and people have health concerns about gas, safety concerns, gas explodes. And so we think it's inevitable, even independent of climate policy, that gas consumption is declining. And there's already data showing that per household consumption is declining. I saw something recently, 26% by 2014, since 2014 on a per customer basis. So that means who's going to pay for all this infrastructure? Because as consumption is reduced, all those costs that are growing by the day, BGE is spending at a rate, all of its gas infrastructure, not just Stride, about 1.5 million a day. And who's going to pay for that 40, 50 years from now when consumption is drastically reduced? So there's a huge issue. I think it's a taxpayer issue, it's a ratepayer issue, and it's a shareholder issue. But the problem is that, when the state endorses and approves this spending, then the utilities have a legal argument. I'm not saying it's necessarily a winning one. We don't have to protect flailing industries, but there is a problem when it's approved by the state. It creates an additional hurdle, which if it's not shareholders, it's going to be ratepayers or taxpayers.
Is there anything currently in the STRIDE program or in the system, the way things are set up, that prioritizes projects that wouldn't be stranded assets, or something that's a project that could potentially be a stranded asset in 10 or 15 years? Is that given the same amount of weight?
Well, the infrastructure is depreciated at different, at different times. Most of it's 35, 40. The average, I think, for gas is around 55 years.
Okay.
And, what STRIDE does is replacement, and that's the highest cost. And we have, and it's the most profitable for the utilities. We have repair, lining, there's lining technology. There's lots of new technologies to help address aging infrastructure that is quite effective, lower cost, and reduces the risk of stranded costs.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we will turn to our first panel of unfavorable witnesses. We have Bruce Bariano on behalf of Washington Gas, Cynthia Crossley, Washington Gas, Kevin Murphy, Washington Gas, Cynthia Quarterman, Washington Gas, and Andrew Lawson, Washington Gas.
Mr. Chairman, I'm glad you mentioned Washington Gas because I don't know what other company they were talking about in the proponent's testimony. For the record, Bruce Bariano, I'm here on behalf of Washington Gas in opposition to this legislation. I was representing Washington Gas around in 2013 when STRIDE was passed. STRIDE was passed, as so many other states did across the country, because former President Obama urged states to repair and guard and make safe their pipe infrastructure to avoid damages, deaths, and injuries. The STRIDE program was enacted after considerable deliberation by the state legislature in 2013. And the STRIDE program was promoted by only Washington Gas. And the original bill passed that is law was for Washington Gas. And there's a cap, CAP, there's a cap on how much can be spent and billed to the customers, $2 per month, up to. And that cap has not been reached yet. The whole purpose of STRIDE was for protection of homeowners to avoid damaged pipe and replacement pipe. And the program has been running very smoothly and very appropriately. The entire program, from beginning to end, Washington Gas can't do anything without the permission and the prior okay of the Public Service Commission. And it is fully regulated. And if there are problems and concerns with other gas companies, that is not of my concern, and I'm not going to mention that. But the point is, Washington Gas is not on a multi-rate plan. They are capped, they are restricted, and they are regulated. And it's been very successful. It's about 40 to 50% done. And most of the proponents of this bill have a problem and an issue with another gas company. That's not my issue. But I will just say in conclusion, in all the years that I've represented Washington Gas, and I'm very proud of it, never has a legislator complained about Washington Gas in terms of service or customer service. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Nakia Crossley. I lead government affairs on behalf of Washington Gas. We're here in opposition to HB 1253, and I'm going to defer time to my colleague to provide our testimony for the record. Kevin?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kevin Murphy. I'm Vice President of Engineering, Asset Management, and Gas Supply Operations for Washington Gas, and I'm here in opposition of House Bill 1253. Maryland's energy grid is in crisis, and to resolve this crisis, an all of the above approach is going to be necessary. all our energy systems, including the state's natural gas infrastructure, must remain safe and reliable. The state's energy ecosystem cannot function without its natural gas network. It depends on it, as do each of our 520,000 customers in Maryland. One thing we all have in common, all of those customers, our employees, and each of us in this room, I believe, is a fundamental expectation that the natural gas system must be safe. That's our highest value at Washington Gas. The 2013 STRIDE Act is directly responsible for significant safety improvements on our system. Through 25, STRIDE has made it possible for the company to replace 162 miles of main and over 38,000 services. And since 2019, we've seen a 41% reduction in leaks and have avoided greenhouse gas emissions equivalent to 175,000 metric tons of CO2. This level of progress simply would not have been possible without the support of the STRIDE legislation, the effect of which has directly enhanced the safety of the system. We still have work to do. Specifically, Washington Gas needs to replace over 500 miles of main and 88,000 services made of vintage leak-prone materials such as cast iron and bare steel. Replacement must continue on an accelerated timeline to ensure the safety of our communities and to maintain reliable service. Proponents of the bill assert the utility's obligation is to ensure a safe system. Necessary improvements are going to be made anyway. While it's true, Washington Gas will always prioritize safety in determining how we deploy its finite resources, the fact is STRIDE increases our speed and capacity to perform critical safety work. For these reasons and others that will be shared by my colleagues, we respectfully request an unfavorable report.
Hello. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Lawson. I'm Director of Regulatory Affairs at Washington Gas, here in opposition to House Bill 1253. In 2013, the General Assembly gave the Public Service Commission robust tools to guarantee oversight of the STRIDE program to enhance public safety and reliability. The PSC, in its full authority, currently reviews and approves, denies, or modifies 5-year STRIDE plans, annual project lists, project selection methodology, spending levels, and allowable recovery. STRIDE does not bypass PSC jurisdiction. Importantly, it actually provides an opportunity for the Commission and for stakeholders to influence the work to be done before it's done, rather than after the fact review. Our experience shows that STRIDE is functioning exactly as intended by the General Assembly. For a reasonable cap cost of $2 per customer bill, Maryland is modernizing its critical energy infrastructure to keep communities safe, warm, and fueling hundreds of good-paying jobs for Maryland citizens. The data shows that our distribution rates, the portion of the customer bill that's designed to recover operating and capital costs, have consistently tracked at or below inflation since the passing of STRIDE. House Bill 1253 would force every investment from routine maintenance to critical safety replacement into full traditional rate cases, which would dramatically increase the frequency of rate filings necessary and the associated regulatory burden. Cost recovery through STRIDE facilitates our ability to obtain lower cost capital and avoids volatility of customer bills by providing a steady and measured approach to cost recovery while ensuring essential work continues. And finally, reforms enacted by this General Assembly in 2025 via the Next Generation Energy Act have not yet been implemented. The Commission recently issued an order and a rulemaking to implement those requirements.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. It's a pleasure to have an opportunity to speak before the Maryland legislature again about the STRIDE Act. My name is Cynthia Quarterman, and as PHMSA administrator, I personally saw several low probability, high consequence pipeline incidents that destroyed communities and caused catastrophic injuries and deaths. In fact, so many occurred within a few months while I was administrator that I led a nationwide call to action in 2011. National data showed that certain pipeline materials installed prior to the 1970s were well beyond their forecasted lifespan. Distribution lines were specifically targeted because of their proximity to homes, businesses, and communities. Since 2011, remarkable improvements have occurred. With the removal of more than 55% of cast iron mains and services and 47% of bare steel mains and 56% of services nationwide. 25 states and 1 territory have eliminated cast iron from their systems. Maryland has removed 37% of its cast iron mains and more than 73% of its bare steel mains and 50% of its services. This legislature should be proud of those safety achievements, but it must stay the course to catch up to other states. PHMSA requires a proactive, replacement-focused approach to this ancient pipe. Leak detection and repair is not sufficient or appropriate, and it could even increase the risk of an incident. Maryland should do everything in its power to remove vintage materials faster. I urge the committee to continue to support the STRIDE Act and not break stride. Thank you.
We have a question from Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It sounds like the expenditures that are being covered by STRIDE are being called into question altogether. Can you paint a picture for me what's not going to be fixed if this were to be repealed? Mr. Bariani, seems like something's chewing at you there if you want to speak to that.
Yeah, a lot. I can answer, but on the technical part, I think the company knows that information more accurately.
Sure.
We will, with or without STRIDE, we're going to continue to apply our risk-based approach to identifying those assets that present the highest probability and consequence of a significant event. So we're going to continue to apply a risk methodology to identify the assets to be replaced. The issue is going to be our capacity to do so. The STRIDE Act expands our ability to fund these replacements and do this work faster.
Can I speak to that question
Please.
of pace? Because it really is an important consideration. I mean, some of these cast iron mains are over 100 years old. They had a 50 to 60 year expected life term, and they are well beyond that already. So when we started the call to action in 2011, there were some states that had a 100-year plan for replacement of 100-year-old pipe. So, I mean, the question is not whether it's replaced, I think the company is saying, but when. And you can't continue to have that old pipe in the ground forever.
So, Delegate Grammer, I would just add that everything is regulated by the Public Service Commission. Detailed information is filed as to neighborhoods, streets, areas, well in advance, so the regulators can verify the necessity or the work. We cannot proceed without an okay from the Public Service Commission. And I'm sorry I'm repeating it, but we are capped. And we're not even at $2 a month at the present time. And this was passed in 2013. So I think the problem is how other gas companies handle their costs and their expenses with the Public Service Commission, but not Washington Gas.
So it sounds like what would change if this were to pass would be both the capacity to make these repairs and or the speed at which we do so.
That's accurate.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are going to turn to our next panel of unfavorable witnesses. We have Brian Quinn, Chesapeake Utilities, Carville Collins or Scott Whitlevecht, I apologize, Columbia Gas, Wilder Reed, Teamsters Local 96, Brittany Jones and or John Frame from BG&E. We'll just do some seat rotation as needed. Can someone sit down and start, please?
Good Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Brittany Jones, and I'm here on behalf of BGE in opposition to HB 1253 because it would make Maryland less safe. Also with me is Mr. John Frayne here with BGE as well for technical questions. For more than a decade, Maryland's STRIDE program has done exactly what the General Assembly intended. It's reduced risk from the oldest and most dangerous gas infrastructure. Because of this work, underground gas leaks are down roughly 50% from pre-STRIDE levels, and 2025 marked the fewest underground leaks this century in the BGE system. This translates directly to fewer emergencies, fewer injuries, and safer communities, especially in those neighborhoods that are burdened by aging infrastructure. HB 1253 would reverse that progress. At BGE, cast iron makes up only 11% of our gas mains, but causes more than 80% of main leaks. The youngest cast iron pipe on our system is 60 years old, and more than half is over 100 years old. There's no amount of relitigation that makes a 100-year-old pipe safe. We replace less than 1% of our entire gas system each year. Even at that modest pace, replacement has prevented thousands of leaks annually, significantly reducing methane emissions as well, which is the equivalent to removing tens of thousands of cars from the road each year. This bill would essentially stop non-emergency replacement work for that 2-year period, which is not prudent. It's dangerous. We already provide at least 6 months' notice in planned replacement areas so customers can choose to electrify should they wish. More than 39,000 notices have gone out, and only 10 customers have opted out of the gas system. Gas will remain a critical part of Maryland's energy system for the foreseeable future, especially during peak periods during the winter when gas delivers roughly twice as much energy as electricity. If gas is going to be used, it simply must be safe. STRIDE is not just a cost recovery mechanism, it's a proven safety and reliability program. And with that, we recommend an unfavorable report.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Carville Collins here on behalf of Columbia Gas of Maryland. Columbia provides natural gas distribution service in Garrett, Allegheny, and Washington counties. We are here in opposition to the bill for the reasons addressed by this panel and the prior panel, but also for the reason of a very curious change to the current law that's in this bill governing not just replacements in the STRIDE program, but all gas infrastructure replacement. On page 8, line 15, the bill removes the very criterion that we think all policymakers, customers, and utilities thought was important when deciding whether a gas pipeline needed to be repaired, replaced, or upgraded. That criterion is cost-effective. The plain meaning of this change is that a gas company's investment options will no longer need to be cost-effective when it analyzes options to defer, reduce, or eliminate the need to replace, upgrade, or construct new pipelines. Significantly, this removal of the cost-effective criterion is a change to last year's Next Generation Energy Act. So last year, the General Assembly determined that investor-owned gas companies were required to analyze cost-effective options. But if you pass this bill in 2026, these gas companies are no longer required to do so. Gas companies like Columbia never needed such a requirement because for decades we have included cost effectiveness as a significant criterion in our infrastructure analysis. But last year's NGEA codified that long practice, to which the gas companies had no objection whatsoever. Such a change in direction within 1 year on an issue as crucial as cost and cost effectiveness of maintaining utility infrastructure facilities makes this legislation unintelligible to us and unworkable to us. For this reason, Columbia Gas urges an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Wilder Reed. I am the president of Teamsters Local 96. I have lived in Maryland for 23 years, raised my 8 children here in Anne Arundel County, and I proudly represent nearly 1,000 hardworking men and women to keep Maryland's natural gas system operating safely every day. I'm here to express our strong opposition to HB 1253, known as the Break Stride Act, because it threatens the safety of our communities, the reliability of our energy systems Maryland depends on, and the livelihoods of the workers like myself who maintain it. The STRIDE program was established in 2013 in Maryland's response to a nationwide call for the U.S. Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration urging states to accelerate the replacement of aging, leak-prone natural gas pipelines. STRIDE has worked exactly as intended, replacing old cast iron, bare steel pipes as it ages, ensuring that Maryland families are protected between 2019 and 2024. Leaks on our Maryland natural gas system has dropped more than 41%, thanks directly to the STRIDE-supported modernization work. Those gains were made possible because trained union workers were on the ground every day rebuilding the system from the bottom up. For our members, the legislation directly threatens hundreds of jobs, and these jobs are good-paying careers, with an apprenticeships, pipelines, family-supporting wages, and benefits that allow men and women to raise their families in dignity. When STRIDE stops, that work disappears. Our members know firsthand what is at stake. They are the ones called out at midnight in freezing temperatures to address critical work that STRIDE helps prevent. They are the ones who see the corroded pipes come out of the ground and replace them with modern infrastructure built to last decades. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Brian Quinn. I'm here today representing Chesapeake Utilities. Chesapeake is the one and only natural gas distribution company serving the eastern shore of Maryland. I feel compelled to mention at the outset as well, up until last year, Chesapeake hasn't raised their rates in 16 years prior to last year. And at that point, it only went up below the cost of inflation over that same time. I'm here to focus on this new 2-year advanced customer requirement. And as Mr. Collins said, this bill does much more than just repeal the STRIDE statute. It also imposes a brand new 2-year customer notification requirement for any non-emergency investment in a gas company system. So in practice, this would be completely unworkable. For example, suppose a hospital, nursing home, or residential customer with critical medical equipment at home wants to install a backup gas generator. Under this bill, that hospital or customer would have to wait 2 years before the gas company could install the facilities necessary to hook up the generator. In addition, in many instances, gas companies do not have 2 years advance notice of the need to replace a section of pipeline infrastructure for non-emergency purposes. The Pipes Act of 2020, federal law, and the corresponding regulations require gas distribution companies to classify leaks into 3 categories: grade 1, which are high risk, grade 2, moderate risk, and grade 3, low risk. Grade 2 leaks, moderate risk, are not immediately hazardous, but could become so if not addressed. The PHMSA rules direct gas utilities to clear or replace or repair these grade 2 leaks sooner than the 2-year requirement in this bill. Like any public utility, gas equipment needs to be replaced over time, and the underlying message of this bill is to tell gas companies to run their systems until close to failure. That's not how gas systems are planned, and we respectfully urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Did we get everybody?
That's it.
Okay. Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question, I guess, is for Brittany. I want to zoom in on something you said. You said currently BGE service area, you said it was 11% pipes are what? I'm sorry.
Cast iron.
Cast iron. So that's what we're seeking to replace, right?
Correct. Very targeted. It's cast iron and bare steel.
Okay. So is that the percentage of pipes right now in January or in March 2026 is 11%?
So that's total when you look at the system. So where we are right now, we have 800 miles remaining that are either cast iron and bare steel out of our total 7,600 mile wide system. So it's a very small percentage.
Okay. So roughly how much have you completed in 13 years since STRIDE started?
I don't have the percentage. Do you know that? I have my technical expert here.
The percentage.
Yeah.
It's
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Delegate Allen, it's been about 40, to 50 miles per year that BG has been able to retire, more probably on the average in the low 40s per year.
Okay, thank you. I asked just because, again, much like the question I asked the sponsor panel,
Sure.
surely, the replacement of gas should be kind of a finite thing, right? Eventually, we should reach the end of that. So I'm curious, I was just curious how close we are to
Yeah, and that's where we get criticized, the length of the program. So while we have 800 miles remaining, the Public Service Commission does do its job to be very critical of how many miles. So we're usually capped around 36 miles per year. So when you have that limitation, and that's them doing their prudency review, it does extend the length of the time where we can get this material off the system as we need to.
Okay, thank you. And if I may, one more, Mr. Chair. So say we pass some version of this bill, will you, all of you, be able to continue to meet your lawful obligations for safety reasons according to federal law about replacing the infrastructure that needs to be replaced?
Yeah, I'd love to start with that one, then I can invite my peers to jump in. So what's really important to understand is the signal. So the signal not only you're sending to the utilities, to our customers, but also to the investor community. So when you have forward-looking plans, there's a level of predictability for our union friends here that are doing the work that gives that job security. If we transition to go more of a reactive state, like we did with historical rate making, we are waiting for the leak to happen, and then we're chasing the leak. So when you look at the cost analysis, actually, of what we're doing today by being proactive and targeting that specific type of material to do the replacement, it is more cost-effective than relying on chasing the leak and being reactive. Right now, on average, it's about $10 a month for BGE customers. If we switch to a reactive mindset with historical test years, we're looking closer to $20 a bill impact for customers. So that's why we are very much adamant on not moving that direction.
But will you still be able to meet the federal requirements?
We'll certainly respond to all hazardous leaks, but what you'll miss is that proactive replacement to be able to accelerate the replacement. That we do not believe we'd be able to accelerate even at the limited pace we're doing today with that 36 miles annually.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. I have a couple of questions, just clarifying. So I think to Delegate Allen's point, if for some reason, in some shape or form, this bill passes, you would not be able to, or you would not work with union? Because I was trying to figure out why union was here, and I thank you for your testimony. I see why now. You would not work with the union, or it makes it harder to work with union? To your point, Ms. Jones, is because you said you're chasing the leaks rather than being proactive about wanting to know what you need to change.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Delegate. So what I would say is not that we wouldn't be working with the union, sure, but there wouldn't be the jobs, right? When you have a proactive replacement program, as Ms. Jones was explaining, there's certainty and insight and transparency into what the level of future work would need to be. When you have a reactive program, you don't have that certainty. And so what we would end up having to do is to scale down the jobs to just handle the level of repairs that we would have. And you would miss out on both the safety and reliability benefits of the proactive program, as well as, quite frankly, increase the costs and the impacts ultimately to the communities. Because when you go out, as Ms. Jones said, and are chasing after the leaks, sure, they're in the same streets year after year after year. You're digging up the same streets, repaving those streets, coming back the next year, digging up the same street, and it ends up being a lot more costly to do that.
So, and I was just going to follow up a couple of things. So you're saying these folks would be more on call to do a patchwork than repair. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes, and that work's typically done in-house by existing staff with our gas mechanics.
And you contract and negotiate union for those bigger, more replacing?
We place, for the proactive replacement jobs, we do a competitive bid process for that, so.
Okay, lowest bid or the?
Lowest bid, most competitive bid.
Okay.
That's right.
So then my next question was, the first panel talked about pipe replacements and building on last year's bill of making sure you're actually replacing that needs to be replaced, and essentially, I don't like to use the word patching, but repairing those that just need to be repaired versus replaced. But I'm hearing conflicting information, because what I'm hearing you say, for instance, is that there are 11% of your pipes that have to be replaced or have to be repaired.
Great question. So the 11% of our gas mains are cast iron, so that's real specific to that type of material. That is what PHMSA has directed all gas companies to get off the system ASAP. Replaced, not repaired. You don't want to do a Band-Aid on materials that's literally corroding in the streets, because it would be a temporary fix, and then, as Mr. Frayne said, we'll come right back soon and have to tear up the same street. Very inconvenient for customers.
But if you are doing a repair, it's on something you've already replaced. Is it fair to say that? Because the comment made earlier made it seem like you could actually keep a 60-year-old cast iron pipe in the ground and then repair it versus replace it. But you're saying you have a mandate to replace it and not repair it. So
That's right. It's a great question, Delegate Boyce. Thank you for it. So the goal is to replace all of those type of assets. However, because we're capped at only being able to replace about 36 miles per year, we do the repairs on the cast iron as you're describing. So of that 11%, we are doing repair work because it's just not feasible or practical for us to be able to do all of the replacement for that 11% that we would like.
But it comes at a cost, because each of us are paying up to $2. So essentially, we're paying for you to go at potentially 36 miles per year and per whoever else needs to make the change because of the cost we each are paying. We could be paying more, then it could be more of an accelerated rate, but we're paying that cap for that amount of time per year.
That's correct. You're paying into the accelerated replacement, but if you weren't, it would just be reactive, which is projected to actually cost more money because we'll have to be out in the streets more frequently than we are today.
Okay, and then final question, I'm sorry,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. And I think to Delegate Allen's point, if this did not exist and you could not accelerate, you would do this, you'd be doing 2 miles a year, but not maybe 36. You'd be replacing what you could, but it wouldn't be at such a high rate because we wouldn't really be paying you to do more at an accelerated rate. Or not you per se, BG&E. I heard Bruce Bariano, it's all gas, yes. Companies.
Yeah, and Delegate, I guess I would like to clarify that STRIDE is much more than just a bill about cost recovery, right? It's a bill about the policy of the state to actually ensure that this aging gas infrastructure gets off of the system and is not endangering Marylanders in our communities. And so, what I would say is, we would, again, and as others have commented, this bill goes beyond just STRIDE. It talks about, not just the replacement of this aging gas infrastructure, but proactive replacement of any gas assets that a gas company might do. So, read literally, it would mean we couldn't be proactively replacing a meter. We couldn't be proactively replacing equipment potentially in our gas liquefaction plant. It is an overly broad brush bill that really would tie the gas companies' hands in terms of what we would be able to do. So we would do reactive work, but we would not have the resources that we have today under STRIDE to do the proactive replacement programs that we're doing today. And it would go beyond just these proactive replacement programs for aging gas infrastructure, because the other aspects of the bill essentially put a 2-year moratorium with the notice on any proactive work that gas companies would be looking to do.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so STRIDE is from 2013, but you all don't use STRIDE, right? You use an MYRP, a different type?
We used STRIDE for the first 10 years. We had 2 5-year plans, and then we did move to multi-year plans. Multi-year plans allow for the same upfront conversation and transparency as Stride into what the work would be, and as Ms. Jones was saying, the pace at which you would be doing all of our utility work. And so, yes, we did move to multi-year plans, and we now are able to just do
Okay,
the
so
Stride work.
prior to 2013, you're telling me that BG&E did no proactive work whatsoever. Brittany, I just read a press release. You've been in the company for 20 years, so you were there for 5 years without Stride or MYRP. During none of those 5 years, proactive work was never done.
That's not what I think we're saying here.
Well, that is what I and many members of the committee are hearing. So let's try again. Let's refine this then. If that's not what you're saying, you can do proactive work without Stride or a multi-year rate plan.
Limited scale.
On a more limited scale, we could do, now, under this bill and the way this bill is written today, no, not for the next 2 years.
I didn't ask about the bill. I asked about if you could do it without multi-year rate plan or Stride.
We would do some
So
proactive
proactive work
work.
can still be
but-
done, right? And you can still work with the unions and put people to work.
Yes,
replacing gas
but-
with or without MYRPs or
Just
Stride.
not at this scale, Mr. Chair. Thank you for clarifying.
And then on MYRPs, just for my edification, I apologize for going off the bill for a moment here, but I'll
Sure.
forgive myself as chair.
Of course.
We use forecast years in Maryland, but I understand that other states have different methodologies that they use. Do you know, I know you're obviously a Maryland company, but do you know anything about the other methodologies?
Well, many states use multi-year plans. Other states use other mechanisms. The vast majority of states use forward-looking mechanisms. It could be a fully forecasted test year. It could be a multi-year plan, a form of a multi-year plan. It could be what's called a formula rate. That's the vast majority of states. In fact, more than 80% of the most states with the most aggressive climate change goals actually use multi-year plans or some form of alternative forward-looking rate making like this.
Okay, but there's other methods besides the forecast test year, not in Maryland, but that you could use, that are used elsewhere.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for this panel? Okay, we have informational testimony from Ben Baker with the Maryland Public Service Commission.
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Ben Baker on behalf of the Maryland Public Service Commission. As you've heard, this bill does multiple things. One, in the STRIDE program, to make all gas investment subject to historic traditional rate-making principles. Additionally, it makes some modifications to the standards by which that infrastructure will be reviewed, and also the 2-year notification requirement for gas investments. I would say the main item that the commission commented on in our letter was raised by Delegate Stein regarding the amount of notice. We have had that question asked and answered at the commission before, where we decided that 180 days was an appropriate amount of time to balance between giving customers an opportunity to consider if they would like to transition and do electrification instead of continuing to use the gas system without unduly burdening the utilities planning and investment process to upgrade the system. But obviously, we'll work with whatever policies that you give us. With that, I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Any questions for the PSC? Okay, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1253. We'll turn to House Bill 1561. I just want to give everybody a heads up. We have 30 witnesses on House Bill 1561. We'll invite up Delegate Queen if she's here. All right, we'll pause for a moment while we're waiting for our sponsor.
Hello, hello. May I call my panel up? Okay. Come on up. Whew. Thought I'd bring a few of my friends. right.
Delegate Queen, I don't want to rush you, but we have 30 witnesses, so would you mind getting started?
No problem, no problem, no problem. So greetings, Chairman Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the Environment and Transportation Committee. I first want to thank you for holding a hearing on this bill, so I appreciate that. So why HB 1561? So as a 40-year-plus homeowner and ratepayer in Maryland, I know firsthand that paying utilities has been a struggle for many working families. I remember once recalling an episode of Roseanne when the family would pick and choose which bills to pay. And I kind of took solace by that, understanding that that wasn't just my plight or not just the plight of other Marylanders, but other families across the nation. And so you could imagine that I was very happy to hear in 1999 that Maryland was going to have this energy deregulation that had great promise of more choice and competition, and possibly utility bills would be lower, but we didn't really see all that materialize. And now, after a generation of time, 20 years plus, I am now watching my working class children who are homeowners having struggles with paying their utility bills. It's a little better for them because they got the automatic Taylor mom, so she kind of helps them pay their bills, but it's still a struggle for everyone. So as a decade of a policymaker here in Annapolis, I've had a bird's eye view at what issues contribute to this energy crisis we have. And so I really want to address that with HB 1561. So in summary, what I'd say about the policy, and not to throw anyone under the bus or to point any fingers, but sometimes the best laid plans aren't the best. And sometimes as policymakers, we don't get things right. After all, we are citizen legislators. We aren't experts in energy policy. We're not the experts, and so we have to rely on trying to make good decisions that meet all of our needs. And so this policy, HB 1561, is a way for us to acknowledge there's been some miscalculations, some misjudgments, and for us to now access all of the options that we have, having all hands on deck, and as necessary, adjust policy for the greater good. So HB 1561 is not a quick fix, it's not a Band-Aid, but rather a pragmatic way to have a solution to our energy crisis. And so what it does is provides us with another tool to address Maryland's energy crisis. And we're going to look at the focus on energy generation as a course adjustment, not redoing the whole thing. And so the first thing we're going to look at is expanding energy generation options, which complements our competitive energy market rather than replacing it. And so we're just going to add a stable, publicly accountable energy supply, this hybrid approach to meet our growing demand. I want to say that 30 other states, including our friends in Virginia that have all those data centers, already allow for regulated utilities to build generation alongside their competitive markets. We're also looking to increase in-state renewable energy generation that enable us to have battery storage, renewables that are deployed in-state. And so that'll advance our clean energy goals and future energy needs. Thirdly, we want to increase grid stability and reliability that provides predictability to help us reduce those pricing spikes caused by the power shortages and dependency on out-of-state energy generation. And lastly, we want to ensure that our energy projects are reviewed and approved for affordability. And so we will look to PSC to decide when
Price stability and resource adequacy is needed here in the state. And so PSC would also provide the oversight, cost review, siting approvals, and performance accountability. And as they are looking to make any earnings from the capital, from the market, the capacity market, they will pass that on to ratepayers. So the bottom line is our 20 years of energy deregulation has not resulted in all the benefits promised, and this is a time for us to look at a way to solve this issue, looking at energy affordability, reliability, and the demand challenges that we're facing. HB 1561 provides a proven energy generation approach, which adds guardrails to help us increase power supply, advance clean energy goals, and lower prices that aligns with our customer needs. And so hopefully now you will hear testimonies for others, industry experts, policymakers, and advocates who also agree that this is a way for us to adjust our current course. So thank you for your time, and I think I'll pass it on to Treasurer Davis.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I have written testimony that I've done, but I'm going to skip the preamble and just sort of get right to it. I certainly remember these long days and many witnesses that you need to hear from. So I'm going to tell you why I'm supporting the bill, but then hopefully can offer you a little historical context as to why I believe that the bill is before us. The reason why I'm for the bill is simple. I believe that we need more in-state generation, plain and simple. It's funny when I sort of hear now that we don't need it, or we've been importing it since before I got to Annapolis, and that was 1994. So, and every year since I've been down here, we've been net importers of generation, and that's a problem. Once, when we start dealing with capacity issues and congestion issues and things of that nature, I believe that by allowing, and the people who are currently doing it, the merchant generators, nothing against them, I think they're certainly fine people, but it's their discretion whether or not they want to build more. And that puts Maryland at, we're sort of in a position that we're dealing with what they decide is in their best interest. And, with all due respect, that usually has something to do with the bottom line. So I think we can have more reliable in-state power. Long-term planning instead of market guessing. The state can plan generation based on long-term demand and forecasts. Infrastructure can be built because shortages do occur. And energy policy can align with state climate goals. I also believe it will potentially lower and offer more stable rates. Costs are regulated and spread over time. Rates can be more stable and predictable. Consumers can avoid extreme market volatility. Also, the ability to build the types of power the state wants. The Public Service Commission could require utilities to build renewable energy, energy storage, dispatchable clean energy, and reliability resources. And then finally, there's greater state control over energy policy as it relates, given the PSC, Maryland can prioritize reliability, affordability, climate target, and economic development. Now, I raced through that because I wanted to tell you, first of all, this is not a new issue that you all are discussing. While there's some nuances that are different, we actually had this discussion, I don't know if you all know, in 2009. It was under Senate Bill 844. It started out, Senator Middleton was the chair of that bill, and then Governor O'Malley, they did a little switch, which is why you'll see on the history, it became an administration bill. And two things were notable to me about that, or a couple of things. For those who say that it's harmful to ratepayers to do this, you should see some of the names that voted in support of that bill back then. Then Senator Jamie Raskin, then Senator Brian Frost, then Senator Rich Madaleno, then Senator Paul Penske. I think the only two current members of the Senate who were there then, I believe it's Jim Rosapep and Anthony Muse. I don't think any of them would be considered corporate shills or anything like that, but they thought that this was a good idea. The AARP, if I recall correctly, they also testified in support of it. And then finally, the name that this sort of sticks out to me because I know that position has evolved, the People's Council was for it. The People's Council at that time was Paula Carmody. She was our People's Council for 14 years, if I'm not mistaken. She served as Deputy People's Council for another however many years later. Prior to that. And also, I forget the name of the acronym, but she was basically president of, it was the equivalent of the NCSL for People's Council. So she had an extensive background in energy policy. And if I can just read from her testimony, just this line, it says, integral to the revitalized planning process, the bill, talking about Senate Bill 844, would also reinstate the requirement by the commission to assess the need for a generating plant to meet existing and future demand for electric service before granting a company's application for a certificate of public convenience and needs. This means that generating facilities would be built in Maryland for economic and reliability purposes without having to rely on the motivations of private companies. This was the People's Council who said that. Again, to be respectful of the time, I won't belabor the point, but the takeaway to remember is I'm not saying whether we should or should not have the utilities build generation plants. What I am saying is that the Public Service Commission, the people that we entrust, should be given the authority to make that decision whether or not to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Treasurer. It's great to see you. I let you go way over the time. I don't want anyone else to get any ideas. That's just for the Treasurer. The rest of you get 2 minutes. And please, next person, go ahead.
Am I next? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is David Owens. I have over 4 decades of experience in the electric utility industry. I started when I was 5 years old. And I've had substantial input into public policy and utility regulation, both at the federal and state level. And I would say 3 decades ago, the big issue is the same issue we're dealing with today, resource adequacy. And I had input in the passage of the Energy Policy Act of 1992, of 2005, the Infrastructure and Security Act of 2006. And those laws said, well, let's get other players in the marketplace. Let's let independent power producers, let's open up the grid, let's open up competition. Individual states made other decisions. Maryland, as an example, said, well, let's take utilities out of the power supply business. Let's fast forward where we are today, okay? Resource adequacy deals with having adequate supply to meet growing demand. None of us anticipated this burgeoning increase in electricity demand from electrification, from large loads such as data centers. None of us anticipated that. Now I'm saying we need to go back to those basics again. Rather than restrict competition, we need to expand competition. We need to expand competition by permitting utilities to build, to be able to permit, to own, and to operate power supply. We need to address this issue of importing electricity and you're importing price spikes that go to customers. Let's broaden the portfolio. Let utilities build. Let's have improved long-term planning. Let's have better accountability for reliability.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank
We'll move on
you.
to the next person.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you to the committee. My name is Vincent Duane. I've been a consultant, not quite as long as David, but for over 35 years, and until 2020, I served 17 years as a senior vice president at PJM Interconnection. So I'm offering testimony today on behalf of the Exelon companies in support of House Bill 1561. I've got 2 points for you today. First, when it comes to new generation desperately needed in Maryland, PJM operates a series of capacity markets. It's not a direct RFP, it's not a direct procurement. It's a complex construct comprised of Byzantine rules, and yes, it has competitive elements to it, but it's highly designed and administrative in nature. It's nowhere near the elegance of Adam Smith's invisible hand if we're talking about competitive markets. It is intended to send a price signal, but that signal hasn't worked in recent years to bring in sufficient merchant investment, and it's not expected to in the near term. Speaking of its base residual auction, PJM said in a FERC filing on February 27, and I quote, "It's questionable whether there would be appreciable new entry," end quote, through the rest of this decade. So the second point I'd like to make is that this construct is continuously changing, it's unpredictable, it's volatile, and the futility of 1 year to support a 30-year investment is obvious. You've recognized these infirmities. Last session, you passed the Next Generation Energy Act. Today's bill complements that. It addresses these same infirmities. It's a modest and moderating step, and I say moderating because it allows a diversification of the utility supply portfolio. Having a small portion at a fixed price with the life of the asset at cost serves as a hedge to the rest of the portfolio, which floats at the marginal price of electricity in PJM's capacity markets. Finally, you're not waiting on a price signal. You're not waiting on PJM getting it right.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We'll move on to the last witness on this panel.
Thank you. My name is Brad Viator. I'm president of Power for Tomorrow. Power for Tomorrow is the nation's leading resource for research, commentary, and information on the consumer benefits of the regulated electric utility model. PFT supports 1561 because it will enhance grid reliability and will ultimately protect Maryland's electric customers. There's a bunch of demand increase right now driven by data centers, electric vehicles, and everything else. And PJM, the grid operator, is failing in its primary mission, providing affordable, available power. In December, PJM held an auction for capacity with the price reaching an all-time high and, more importantly, falling massively short of its reliability requirement, 6.6 gigawatts short to be exact. That's the equivalent of the entire annual residential demand of Maryland. The market failure at this particular moment is why 1561 is so important. If passed, this bill would address the dual challenges of reliability and price head-on by allowing the state's regulated utilities to produce and own clean and renewable energy. Your neighbors, for those of you that are concerned about whether this would work, your neighbors to the south in Virginia do just that. It participates in PJM, but it also allows regulated utilities to build and own generation. Because of this structures, Virginia's electricity prices are significantly lower than Maryland's, 30% lower based on 2024 data, despite hosting more data centers than any other state in the country. As the state's policymakers, you have an opportunity to drive toward an immediate positive solution with 1561. This bill would restore balance to Maryland's energy framework by strengthening reliability and promoting clean energy development, all while ensuring actions are subject to regulatory oversight. Also, before I close, I think it's important to address some of the opposition testimony to this legislation. The opposition testimony I've read is principally focused on how important it is to protect the competitive market at all costs. This strikes me as strange, because the whole reason for competition and deregulation in the first place was to lower costs, and this hasn't happened. You need new market entrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Delegate Boyce.
I'm the only one? Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Delegate Queen, for bringing the bill. I think the many discussions about the need for more generation, where to build it, in-state, out-of-state, so I certainly appreciate us having a conversation. It's also good to see you, Mr. Treasurer. The PSC, in their testimony, mentioned that that they are currently in a study regarding this exact, I guess, question for the General Assembly and for all of us to consider. And it says the commission has identified a consultant to study this study and anticipates completion of the study as required, and believes that it will provide the information that the General Assembly needs to make consideration before returning to a system where electric companies own, build, and operate generational facilities. But also, the question also becomes, folks have asked, then who pays for it? At some point, I know we all pay for it, but who directly ends up paying for that? And I know, given the affordability crisis we're having now, that none of us want to pay for it. So want to just touch on the fact, if you can just answer the question about maybe jumping before this study. And the question, of course, is, again, who do we anticipate will pay for this?
So, I'm sorry.
No, you probably.
So I'll jump into that. The price of capacity has gone up 1,100% in 2 years. You're going to have another capacity auction this summer. You're going to get the result in July. The price is going to go up again. So every moment you wait, it just means the price of capacity increases and customers have to bear the brunt of that price increase. When you go out and build generation in this instance, it would be another component on the energy bill. The cost of, we would use cost of service regulation to go out and build solar facility, build batteries. But we would be increasing supply, which would relieve some of the pressure that exists in that capacity.
So we expect the ratepayers to pay for it.
The ratepayers will absolutely pay for it, but they will relieve pressure on capacity, which is the biggest piece of the bill and the driver of the rate increase.
And I guess the question is, what generation are you considering? Because you're saying it like, well, we're going to be paying prices probably until the end of the year. It's not going to get on the ground tomorrow. So this bill passes.
Yes.
What do you anticipate moving forward with the PSC, allowing them, I guess, to your point, having the authority to make this decision? What are your thoughts about what generation, when, and at what time? Because, I mean, we're here doing all this work now. We know the immediate pressure is not going to be released right now, but we're putting things in motion so that as we move forward, prices do come down. We do relieve ratepayers. And so just like your thoughts on that.
So it's short, and thank you for the question. It's short lead time generation. HB 1561 focuses on renewable technologies. Short-term generation, for example, would be community-based solar facilities, which can be built in less than 2 years. Battery energy storage. So we're talking about short lead time facilities. And we're also talking about a transparent process where the state commission would be intimately involved and the communities would be intimately involved in these choices, but clean energy choices which have short-term lead times.
Thank you.
And I'll add that the longer we wait to get started, the longer it takes. And so that's, I think, the biggest pressure point. And if that authority goes over to the commission, they're still going to decide whether to authorize this construction. But you'll get into another issue where if the bill doesn't pass, they provide a report, then you'd have to go through more legislative process before they could have that tool. So it's sort of like moving this thing forward now gives them the authority to decide they want to do it once the study's concluded.
And there are thoughts that the utility companies actually right now, without this bill, could actually do generation.
There is a bunch of uncertainty around that. We've not gotten any clarity that would be possible, but if it were.
We're hoping the study probably would give us that clarity, maybe.
Yes, that we would be hopeful.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Delegate Queen, for the bill.
Delegate Naraki. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate, thank you for the bill. Thank you to the panel. Just two questions. One, we've talked about other states, and I think we mentioned maybe Virginia and some others maybe. How many other states have a model that is similar to this? Does anyone know that? And what does it look like in those other states? What has been the impact for ratepayers in those other states? What do electricity costs look like there? Can anyone speak to that?
Well, I'll speak to it in two ways. Most states do permit utilities to build, own, and operate generation. But at the same time, they strongly encourage the activity or the involvement of independent power producers. PJM is one regional transmission organization. There are 6 others: California, New York, Texas, the Midwest, the Southwest. All of those are RTOs. And they have a mixture of utilities that build. Some utilities don't necessarily build, they import, okay? New York, they're moving increasingly towards letting utilities build new generation, which is important. In Texas, they let them build, and then they also buy from the Electricity Reliability Council. So it varies, but for the most part, mostly all of those RTOs permit utilities to have some construction. They've changed their rules. Those rules evolved because they were focused on increased competition in the marketplace and increased investment in infrastructure. And now they're looking at this rising electricity demand by these large loads, and they have pricing structures called tariffs that they're seeking to deal with that. Now they're saying, let the utilities come to the table. We need their involvement in this. And importantly, too, the state commissions are saying some of these large loads are opaque. We don't know what they're up to. You heard other panels speak to that. So we need a transparent and open process where we understand first what their projected demands are, and then the supply to meet those demands. Because we don't want those costs shifted to our customers and raising rates. So it varies from state to state. It was mentioned earlier, Virginia has a lot of data centers, but Virginia lets Dominion build. And it lets the North Carolina utility that serves Virginia also build. I mean, the South Carolina also build, okay? And their rates are lower, okay, than utilities who are in areas where they can build. So it's a mixture. There's no perfect solution to any of this. All we're asking for is flexibility, recognizing too that we need to open the competition door to let utilities have the option to build with substantial state commission oversight and transparency.
Okay, thank you. Last question for this panel, Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you clarify for me, under the bill, the sources of power? What are those sources under the bill? Anyone can take that.
They're all clean energy sources, solar facilities, they mentioned wind facilities, energy to waste facilities. They also mentioned storage. I'd say storage.
Is that based on our RPS definition, or how is it defined? Like, does it go as far as?
There's a traditional definition of all of these sources that the bill really relies upon. Okay. So the bill speaks to, as an example, community solar. Community solar isn't rooftop solar. Community solar is solar, centralized solar, where all the customers in that area benefit from that solar facility. So it speaks to that. It speaks to waste to energy technologies. Right now, we don't have large waste energy technologies in this area, but there are proposals to do that. So it opens up the broad portfolio of renewable technologies and said, with a focus on clean energy, let us make sure that we've opened up the opportunity for utilities to permit, to build, and to operate these renewable energy sources.
Does that include nuclear?
No, it does not include nuclear. Okay. It doesn't include those base load facilities.
Under the bill, practically, how would that selection process work? Would that be a proposal to the PSC?
It would be, the utility would file what we call an integrated resource plan. Utility would show what its future demand would be and would say, here's the portfolio of sources that we have that will serve that demand. HB 1561 says that portfolio of sources are clean energy sources. And so then the commission would look, the utility would submit a proposal, suggest the time frame and the cost for building that facility, and then provide the opportunity to be grilled on those proposals by the commission with stakeholder participation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you to the sponsor, the treasurer, and the rest of the panel. We're going to turn to Brittany Jones, Exelon, Amber Perry, Exelon, Rob Lemming, Exelon, John Davis, Exelon, John Frayne, Exelon. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am Amber Perry, PEPCO Region President, here on behalf of PEPCO and Delmarva Power in support of House Bill 1561. With me is Rob Lemming, Vice President of Regulatory Policy and Strategy for PEPCO and Delmarva Power. Rob is not a registered lobbyist, and he is here to testify at my request. Maryland is facing a growing imbalance between energy supply and demand, an imbalance that threatens customer affordability, the reliability and sustainability of our electric grid, and the state's long-term economic stability. This crisis has formed like a perfect storm. Energy generation is retiring faster than new resources are coming online. Electricity demand is rising as technology evolves, and statewide electrification goals are reshaping generation needs that we must be prepared to meet. Adding to these pressures, Maryland now imports roughly 40% of the electricity, up to 60% during peak periods. This exposes customers to price volatility and raises the risk of extended outages when out-of-state generation is constrained. These dynamics have already increased electricity rates through higher supply costs. House Bill 1561 gives the state an opportunity to address these challenges and protect affordability for all customers. The bill provides the PSC with additional tools when it identifies insufficient energy generation and allows the PSC to direct regulated utilities to increase renewable generation and battery storage when needed to support reliability and stabilize supply. Importantly, the bill includes customer protections. Before requiring a utility to own new generation, the PSC must consider a credit assessment to ensure project terms do not harm the utility's financial position, ultimately shielding our customers. This is a responsible, balanced approach that puts the state in control of the energy plan, with stronger cost oversight and greater predictability than relying solely on the competitive market. For these reasons, PEPCO and Delmarva Power respectfully request a favorable report on House Bill 1560.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Rob Lemming, Vice President of Regulatory Policy and Strategy for PEPCO Holdings, and I'm here in support of House Bill 1561. Maryland urgently needs new, reliable generation and storage. Yet despite recent well-intended legislative efforts, our current market structure is not delivering the resources the state requires. In 2025, the General Assembly directed the PSC to solicit 3,000 megawatts of dispatchable generation. Upon running that solicitation, the PSC received just 1,549 megawatts, and since then, all but 2 projects have withdrawn, leaving 714 megawatts still in the process. Compounding this, the only remaining solicitor is unable to provide the Commission with information on when it intends to begin the CPCN process, a challenge that raises real questions about the viability of these projects. We see similar risks in the battery storage solicitation. While the PSC received an encouraging 1,375 megawatts of proposals, these are not binding commitments. Pricing, feasibility, permitting, and interconnection challenges all pose significant risks, the same risks that have caused projects in PJM to drop out or never be constructed. The lesson is clear. The competitive market alone is not delivering the resources Maryland needs, not on the timeline, scale, or certainty required for reliability. HB 1561 provides a practical solution. It allows regulated utilities under full PSC oversight to build, own, and operate solar and battery storage when a need is identified. This ensured Maryland can advance its clean energy transition, support electrification, and maintain system reliability. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to advance a favorable report on HB 1561. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Brittany Jones, the Vice President of Government Affairs for BGE, here in support of House Bill 1561. With me is John Frayne with BGE and also John Davis with Exelon. Neither are registered lobbyists, but are here at my request. I know this committee is dedicated to finding affordability solutions to help reduce energy cost. We share that dedication too, and that's why we're here in support. It's important to understand that supply costs make up more than half of the customer's bill. So when volatility in the market occurs, like we're seeing today, bills increase substantially. In early 2025, the capacity price in PJM was $29 per megawatt day. In the same year, capacity prices skyrocketed by more than 800%. So what does that mean for our customers? It means that a customer who used 1,000 kilowatts of electricity in 2025 and then used the same exact amount in 2026 paid $50 more for the exact same quantity of electricity. This is simple supply and demand scenario. Demand has increased, but supply or new generation has not. BGE wouldn't be sitting here today if generators were building. I want to be clear that HB 1561 does not preclude merchant generators from building. Instead of relying only on competitive generators, this bill actually evokes competition by allowing regulated utilities to submit a reliability plan for renewable generation or transmission battery storage. That is it. We should be given at least the opportunity to present a plan for consideration before the PSC to ensure that Maryland's leveraging all options possible to get more energy online. I also want to emphasize the direct impact community solar has on our most vulnerable customers. Limited income customers who would be recipients of community solar would receive an immediate discount on distribution charges. This is a perfect example of an affordability solution that also brings the benefit of increased generation. And with that, we do urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is John Frayne, Vice President of Regulatory Policy and Strategy for BGE, testifying today in strong support of House Bill 1561. It is abundantly clear that Maryland and the PJM region do not have enough electric supply today. Not tomorrow, not next year, today. Marylanders are currently paying about $15 million per month to keep aging power plants running because the system cannot afford to lose them. During Winter Storm Fern in January, this shortage became immediate and real, requiring a DOE emergency order to keep the lights on. Every indicator on the electric grid is flashing red. House Bill 1561 is a targeted response that simply allows the Maryland Public Service Commission to approve regulated utilities to own generation when the commission finds there is a resource adequacy need that the market is not filling. Importantly, this bill focuses on clean energy resources with the fastest deployment timelines, battery storage and solar. These resources can come online quickly, help address near-term reliability risks, and support Maryland's clean energy goals. HB 1561 also establishes a clear and transparent regulatory framework. With PSC oversight, there will be defined reporting, cost transparency, and strict rules governing how these resources are used. Just as importantly, all market revenues must flow back to customers, not shareholders, ensuring customers are protected. Today, there is clear disagreement about whether Maryland law even allows utilities to own generation. The PSC filed testimony that says it does not. Others say that utilities do currently have the ability. Both cannot be correct. This bill resolves that uncertainty and gives the PSC clear authority to act in the public interest when reliability is at risk. HB 1561 builds on last year's progress and helps secure Maryland's energy future. I respectfully urge the committee to advance House Bill 1561.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is John Davis, and I'm the Director of Development at Exelon here in support of House Bill 1561. My role at Exelon is to evaluate and analyze potential opportunities outside of the traditional utility transmission and distribution model. I'm here today to talk about how utility-generated energy can address the emergency around resource adequacy that we have in the state of Maryland and how the benefits of such generation will accrue to all customers. Under the utility-owned generation framework, the utility would enter into a fixed price arrangement with a contractor to build a battery storage or solar facility. These arrangements would be structured so that utility customers are not on the hook for any cost above and beyond the fixed price. After the generation is in service, customers begin to receive credits for the energy and capacity market earnings of the resources, offsetting the annual cost of service of these assets. In addition, any potential tax credits associated with the technology type would be returned directly to customers.
If energy market prices continue to rise, customers share in that upside from the higher revenue stream of the generation. This provides a reduction of risk for customers, as the energy market revenues would grow in tandem and provide the ability to smooth out the volatility of energy and capacity prices. This model differs greatly than the current framework. Independent power producers are looking to the market to provide the appropriate price signals and long-term visibility to the forward revenue stream of such assets in order to build. There is a vested interest of existing generators to not build, as upside to the current energy and capacity prices would go directly to the profits of the generators, and the customers would be stuck paying higher costs. Utilities, on the other hand, would be building generation on behalf of Maryland customers to ensure the lights stay on, energy prices stabilize, and returning the market revenue back to the customer. As discussed on the panel before me, the market is not solving for new generation. The price signals are either insufficient for independent power producers, the market is broken, or potential downward pricing pressure is not in the best interest of generators. Utilities can solve this issue by partnering with the state to achieve new development under the guidance of the PSC.
Great. We have a question from Delegate Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Frayne, I guess I'll focus this on you. I'm sorry. Taking us back to, I think someone mentioned in the last panel, and I think this is something you and I actually discussed way back when we began our energy odyssey 2 months ago. I'm still struggling to figure out why under current law you cannot generate, because, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm learning here, but I've been here long enough to know how to read a bill, and I see the unbolded portion of the bill. It says, to me, pretty straightforward language. In order to meet long-term anticipated demand for the state to standard offer service and other electricity supply, the Public Service Commission may require or allow an investor-owned electric company to construct, acquire, or lease and operate its own generating facilities. So can you explain how that's not sufficient, please?
Yeah, so, I'm not a lawyer either. When I read the plain text there, I might say the same as you, that a utility could build own generation subject to the, approval and authority of the Public Service Commission. But there's clear disagreement. And I think we need, one, clarity on what the state really wants the policy to be. But then even more importantly, too, I think there needs to be much more clarity around what that construct would look like. Important customer protection features like the market revenues need to be passed back to customers, need to be emphatically part of the statute. And so, in my mind, one, yes, this does bring clarity to that question that reading the language you might think is not, unclear. But two, perhaps even more importantly, it gives very important, clear guidelines and rules for how that would work. That's in the interest of customers to protect them, but also to give clear direction to the Maryland Public Service Commission about what the state is needing right now.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the customers, I understand, and I've seen this from ads and also just from testimony. Dominion Energy is very much kind of the envy of the industry, I think. At least I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying it seems like that's the model we're trying to emulate. Does their model in Virginia mirror what's in this bill? Do they have those customer the customer protections, all that? Because surely, and again, I'm not putting words in anyone's mouth, but surely this isn't altruistic, right? Like there will be profits made by generating energy, just as they are in Dominion.
Yeah, so, I haven't studied the full, kind of construct of how things are done in Virginia, so I can't say that it's exactly the same as what's, in this bill. Certain features, like the, requirement to return market revenues to customers, absolutely are. And I'm not going to sit here and say that, BGE would be doing this purely altruistically, because the bill also does require a return. But the reality is nothing's going to get constructed in Maryland without a return. The regulated utility return is at least under the oversight of the Maryland Public Service Commission, and quite frankly, is much lower than the return that independent power producers would be seeking to get. So, while, I hear you that, we're not here altruistically necessarily, purely, I will say at the same time that, BGE, we've been here in Maryland for more than 200 years. We're going to be here, God willing, for another more than 200 years. And, because of that, I would say we care deeply about our communities. And quite frankly, everything that customers are struggling with in terms of affordability and the increasing energy supply prices, that is coming through on their BGE bill. The profits that the 800% increase or 1,100% increase in capacity prices, right? That we saw, those increases are showing up on BGE customer bills. We have to do something for customers because that's what they expect of us.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree that we need more generation. I think it's what we're trying to figure out. Thank you.
Delegate Baylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you guys for being here. What would cost recovery look like under this bill? What would BG&E present to the Public Service Commission or Exelon or whichever Exelon subsidiary? What would that look like? I'm trying to dig in on that, and I think it might be a question for OPC as well, but I'm trying to understand what the rate of return might be on this.
Yeah, so here, the rate of return here would be, the bill would have the rate of return be the same as what BGE receives today or regulated utilities receive today for building transmission, which is the other option for, at least getting more supply. It's not a solution to energy security, let's say, or to ensuring that Maryland has control of the energy supply, but it's a solution to getting more supply. So it puts those two on the same level playing field. Ultimately, because of the requirement to go through the process and ultimately get approval from the Maryland Public Service Commission, the cost recovery structure is going to be subject to what they actually approve. What this bill does is it puts in place certain principles and guidelines that ensures that, there are parameters around it, but it doesn't predetermine what that exact cost recovery structure has to look like.
Well, I'm confused on that point a little bit because the way that I read the bill is it sets that the floor has to be what you all receive from FERC for the transmission line. So I'm trying to grapple that with how would you grapple that with folks, my constituents, being concerned about this bill and the fact that it is guaranteeing a specific rate of return for you all in the future. How would you grapple with that point?
Yeah, so I would say, one, there is no guaranteed rate of return for regulated utilities. It does say that the rate of return that a utility would be authorized for building, owning generation would be equivalent to the rate of return that the utility receives for building transmission infrastructure, but it doesn't guarantee a return. The reality is the Maryland Public Service Commission, I've gone before them many times. We just received an order on BGE's 2023 final MYP reconciliation. We got half of what we needed there. That wasn't giving us our, full authorized return. So that's what I mean by saying, there's no guaranteed return.
Great. Last question for this panel is from Delegate Grammer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Community solar has been mentioned a lot, and I don't need a specific answer here, but what are your thoughts broadly if the bill passes, where you source the power from? Is it just community solar? Do you have thoughts?
Yeah, I'll jump in for that. Thank you for the question, Delegate Grammer. The reason why we're so hyper-focused on community solar is because it is a cost-effective option and it's the quickest to build to deploy. So the really interesting part with community solar is that the recipients would be low-income communities. And the way that it works, they would get an automatic discounted rate, usually of about $2 a month on their BGE bill. And then where we're able to offset the cost of that build out from the rest of ratepayers is by taking that revenue that, as was mentioned earlier, would be required to be shared with our customers as an offset. So it really is a great solution to increase much needed generation for our state and also help our most vulnerable customers.
Do you think most of the power will be sourced from community solar?
For us, yes, that's the scope that we're looking for generation build. There is a provision in here to also focus on transmission level battery storage, which is really, I know this committee has heard so much about GETS technology, grid enhancing technologies. It's a similar concept where we want to maximize and get everything we can out of existing transmission infrastructure to alleviate more expensive build outs that we're seeing today.
When you connect community solar, BGE does that. Can you explain to me and the committee how you recover that cost? Who pays that?
For the interconnection?
Correct.
Do you know that one?
Yeah, the interconnection, it probably depends exactly on how the community solar is being set up, but ultimately the interconnection would be paid by the community solar generating facility who is building that, facility and owning it.
And you would receive the benefit as BGE for building that out?
No, so, no, we wouldn't receive a benefit, I would say. It's just that they're going to pay for their interconnection costs based on the Maryland PSC, rules and regulations.
And by they, we would be partnering with the developer community because we also want to be mindful of competition. So we want to partner with existing developers. They have that opportunity to build and construct, and then we would take over ownership and then continue operation.
One element as well is that it's quick to market because it's on the distribution side. So you're not getting into the PJM interconnection queue to get that to market. So that's important as well.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, we have additional favorable testimony from Eduardo Batalla, Ari Lewis, Jerry Wilford, Rick Scahan, Wayne Frazier, Carmisa Harris, Sequin Merritt, and Bessie Blum, and we'll just rotate seats so you all get your chance to present your views to the committee. And please go ahead when you sit down, sir.
Chair Corbin, Vice Chair Guyton, and members of the committee. My name is Eduardo Batalla. I'm the Vice President of Grid Solutions for Quanta Services. Quanta supports House Bill 1561, the Affordable Energy Act, because it directly addresses how the state plans for and secures adequate power supply. Quanta Services is a Fortune 200 company headquartered in Texas. We specialize in providing infrastructure solutions for the electric power, pipeline, and communication sectors. Quanta has built the largest craft labor workforce in North America to tackle the most complex infrastructure challenges. Our workforce is nearly 70,000 employees, and we are the largest employer of IBEW line workers. Maryland is in a period of accelerated growth due to electrification, data centers, and retirement of existing generation. As we know, when load growth outpaces new supply, the result is predictable: higher wholesale prices and increased reliability risks for customers across the state. Rising costs are coming from power supply that are outside Maryland's direct control, as seen through the PJM's recent capacity auctions. These costs are passed directly to customers. House Bill 1561 is a proven response to this challenge. The bill allows the PSC to direct regulated utilities to develop new generation and battery storage to ensure reliability and manage long-term costs. And I reiterate, this is a backstop mechanism to competitive markets, particularly when market signals fail to deliver timely investments and ensures the new resources are built under public oversight. From Quanta's perspective, we've seen this work in 30 states. In closing, we are asking for your support for a responsible, well-tested mechanism to strengthen reliability, rein in long-term costs, and restore accountability for meeting Maryland's power needs. And we urge your support for House Bill 1561.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Rich Scahan. I'm a partner at Matos Builders, and today I'm speaking on behalf of the Metro Baltimore Hispanic Contractors Association as a proud board member. Our association works with Hispanic-owned construction and trade businesses across the Baltimore region. In addition to our core membership, we maintain an active network of more than 5,300 contractors, small business owners, workforce professionals, and industry stakeholders who receive our regular communications, updates, and program information. Many of the contractors we engage with are small family-owned businesses that are working hard to create jobs, expand opportunities, and grow. Unfortunately, when energy prices increase, we feel a direct squeeze on our businesses. Many of our contracts are firm fixed price, or if they are time and materials, there's a pre-negotiated overhead rate that's non-negotiable once the contract starts. So if energy prices increase post-award, we have to float those costs until we can market correct on the next, number of contracts that we bid on and win. The larger firms kind of price this into their ongoing models. They have the capacity to carry that burden, where smaller businesses, it's way more of a squeeze. So it then prevents us from growing. It's an inhibitor to growth. And so when we were going to hire a new employee or buy a new piece of equipment or, expand to another office, we have to wait almost, until we can then recover the costs that we didn't incur, that we didn't anticipate when we were originally awarded the contracts. So we're asking you today to support this bill and help us grow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry R. Williford Jr., President, Business Manager, Financial Secretary of International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 1900. IBEW Local 1900 represents approximately 1,200 skilled utility workers across Maryland, including employees who operate, maintain, and support the electric and gas systems that keep our communities powered every day. For our members, long-term energy supply planning and infrastructure investments are essential. Predictable investments create stable project pipelines, supports apprenticeship and workforce development programs, and sustains family supporting union jobs. Reliable energy investment strengthens Maryland's electric grid and provides economic stability for working families across the state. We support House Bill 1561, the Affordable Energy Act, because reliability and affordability are inseparable. And right now, Maryland is headed towards a supply shortfall that threatens both. For IBEW Local 1900 members and their families, rising electric bills are not an abstract issue. Higher and more volatile power costs affect household budgets and create uncertainty for the very workers responsible for keeping the system running. They also make it harder for employers and public institutions to plan, invest, and operate reliably. Excuse me. House Bill 1561 is a responsible step forward to meaningfully address the supply crisis and insufficient generation, because it creates opportunity for necessary investment in energy generation in an accountable and transparent way. House Bill 1561 empowers the PSC to require a resource adequacy plan when needed, enables investor-owned utilities under commission oversight to develop. Okay, thanks. And the front.
You misinterpreted me entirely. Next witness, let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharmisa Harris. I am speaking today on behalf of Day & Sons Incorporated as a small business, minority business.
Can you pull the mic to your mouth so we can hear you? Thank you.
I apologize. I'll start over. My name is Sharmisa Harris. I am speaking today on behalf of Day & Sons Incorporated. As a small and minority-owned business, operating margins are often tight. Reliable, affordable, and sustainable electricity gives us a competitive advantage. Now comes the opportunity for the free state of Maryland to provide new opportunities and incentives to public energy providers with the ability to finance, design, build, and own electric energy generation plants. Currently, the law restricts for such ownership by PSC, regulated public utilities, to generate electrical energy. If approved, we believe that new generation will ultimately lower consumer energy costs. HB 1561 is a particular solution because it restores accountability. Under current rules, utilities are responsible for reliability, but are restricted from building generation to meet surging demands. As a result, no single entity is accountable for ensuring Maryland has enough supply. The Affordable Energy Act addresses this by allowing the PSC to regulate utilities to develop new renewable generation and battery storage assets when needed for reliability and affordability. Just as important, this approach brings energy generation under storage public oversights. Furthermore, it will also create thousands of new jobs in the design and construction and said plants, as well as thousands of new jobs in plant operations, transmission, and distribution of said electricity. For these reasons, I respectfully request the total support for House Bill 1561. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Wayne Frazier, and I'm president of the Maryland Washington Minority Companies Association, located in the beautiful city of Baltimore, Maryland. I am here this afternoon in support of House Bill 1561 because it's inevitable. It's time. It's been waiting forever to provide our public utilities with an opportunity to design, to finance it, to have it built, and to operate it, all under the supervision and authorization of the Maryland Public Service Commission, because we don't have that now. It's strictly private companies that set the rate, and they don't ever go before the Maryland Public Service Commission. I rely on the PSC to ensure that we are protected. This will give the utilities an opportunity to make those types of investments. And one big plus, you see you have minority businesses here this afternoon. This is an economic boom. Heck, it could be 5 or 6, maybe 10 billions of dollars spent. And you know, in Maryland, we have that wonderful law that says 25% must be spent with women and minority businesses. That's significant because they employ those who are from their neighborhoods. So we urge you to pass this needed energy generation, but it's also an economic generation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Can we make room at the table for Ari Lewis, Sequin Merritt, and or Bessie Blum if they're here?
Yep. Excuse me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and community. Janazi Quas respectively submits this testimony in support of House Bill 1561, legislation that advances electric grid reliability, price stability, and low-term energy resilience for Maryland residents and businesses. My name is Ari Lewis, and I'm here today on behalf of Janazi Quas. Our mission is to establish sustainable systems for the future through the means of construction and agriculture. Energy price volatility has substantially increased over the past 2 years, which has directly affected material pricing, workforce development, and business operation overhead. These pain points have a direct impact on small businesses and employees' morale, resulting in disproportionate burden on the working class of citizens, leading to the increased anxiety, increased health issues, and tremendous financial debt. Small businesses are a major driver for over 70% of net job increases in the state of Maryland. Also, Maryland is the top state for minority-owned businesses and launched the Maryland Community Business Compass to help all entrepreneurs find funding and resources to navigate challenges. I'm here to urge your support of House Bill 1561, the Affordable Energy Act, because Maryland is facing a growing challenges and near future crisis. The system is 6,600 megawatts short, which equates to roughly 6 nuclear power plants. Electricity demand is growing rapidly due to technological advancement, data farm expansion, Quantum Loop project in Frederick, Greater Baltimore Federal Tech Hub designation, and affordable housing redevelopment, reinvestment, Baltimore Action Plan, to mention a few. As Maryland's economy continues to grow, the demand for electricity will exponentially increase due to artificial intelligence, autonomous equipment, digital currency, and data farms. Without better strategic planning and stronger accountability, this growth will strain our aging electrical infrastructure, eventually leading to rolling blackouts predicted in 2027.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you. My name is Saquon Merritt, and I'm owner of Lightning Electric, a minority electrical contracting company based in Baltimore. I support House Bill 1561 because this issue is not theoretical for me. It's personal, it is professional, and it's happening in real time. So before I belabor everybody with the kind of the same things that my established team members have said, as electrical contract, I want to speak to y'all for real. Right now, we have a customer that's currently out of power. I don't know if you guys realize, but it's something I'm seeing on the ground. We have a dilapidated service interest cables and power distribution and panels that are in over 100,000 homes in Baltimore City in our old housing stock. I have a few customers that right now, as this energy demand is increasing, and we currently have only 100 amp services in these, most of these homes, most of these, disadvantaged and a lot of the at-risk community, a lot of the elderly people that do not have enough money to do these upgrades. I'm dealing with a homeowner right now. She doesn't have power in her house. And it's unfortunate because we have such a dilapidated system when it comes to these service interest cables. We are calling it Lightning Electric Power 100, where we will try to do 100 service upgrades, electrical service upgrades, increasing from 100 to 200 amps, right, in each home as this demand increases. And as also, as we said, with the gas issue that we just discussed earlier, a lot of people are plugging up to electric heaters. What does that do on a 100 amp system? That causes fires. And this is something that we're gonna see across the board. I'm currently canvassing a lot of the neighborhoods in Baltimore. And as I say this, I just wanted to bring it to your attention on the lower level. The increase in power is going to be needed. And that is the reason why I am favorable for this House Bill 1561, because affordable, reliable energy does not just power buildings, it powers businesses, families, and futures. And affords and allows us to give safety, affordability for our family members and our neighbors within Baltimore should they need it.
All right, thank you. We will turn to our first panel of unfavorable witnesses. We have Barry Glassman, P3 Power Provider Group, Richard Reinhardt, Percy Public Affairs, Brittany Baker, CCAN, Katie Metal, Advanced Energy United, and Brian Dunning, Center for Progressive Reform.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, it's good to see you again. I would direct you to my written testimony and some of my testimony on House Bill 1404. Barry Glassman here on behalf of the P3 group, our independent power providers in the PJM, who own about 18 facilities in Maryland that include solar, wind, oil, natural gas, and yes, one coal plant left. We've invested billions of dollars into the PJM to provide over 108,000 megawatts of power. I'm not going to reiterate a lot because I know you've been through a lot. I just want to make a few points. Number one, and Delegate Grammer mentioned this bill is unnecessary. The utilities can currently, with a compelling interest, petition the PSC for generation. It's in the code. Number two, I would point out that our experience, and you can look at the chart I provided, over the last decade, capacity and generation is a smaller portion of the residential bill than transmission, capacity, distribution, taxes, and so forth. It's a smaller portion. Over time, generation has remained pretty much according to inflation. And there was some mention of Virginia. I would point out that Virginia does have both systems. Currently, $300 megawatt is PJM. Rate-based generation in Virginia, $450 megawatt. Look at the data on that. Mr. Chairman, we believe that the competitive market is working in Maryland. We need generation. Our members have applied for generation. I always boil this down to, it's not who builds the plants, it's who pays for the plants. Our members have really invested in Maryland. This bill has Maryland ratepayers
Thank you, former
toting
delegate and
the
senator.
bill.
You know how the time limits
Thank
work.
you,
so
Mr.
let's move
Chairman.
on.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
I'm not sure how I can follow that. But members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak again. Richard Reinhardt with Percy Public Affairs representing the Retail Energy Supply Association. And I actually do want to kind of echo, kind of put an exclamation point on what Mr. Glassman said. That is exactly why we're concerned about this bill and why we're opposed to it. If utilities get what they want and allowing for them to be competing with independent power producers, they would basically be facing new competition from the utilities that have the security of being able to pass the cost directly to the consumers, i.e. your ratepayers, i.e. your constituents. You know, for universally the last 60 days, probably the last couple of years, we've been talking about energy costs and energy cost concerns on the backs of the constituents. This bill does exactly that. If you look at the bill, it says utilities required or authorized to construct power facilities can recover all of their costs from Maryland ratepayers, including costs for projects that ultimately prove to be unneeded or never built, i.e. stranded costs. We already know that we're strained enough with our ratepayers paying already too much every day, every month. This just puts more strain on them if we see this bill move forward. I will leave the rest to my written testimony. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chairman. We urge an unfavorable report.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Dunning. I'm a senior policy analyst for the Center for Progressive Reform. We're a research and advocacy organization focused on equitable, responsive governance. We respectfully request an unfavorable reading on HB 1561. I have submitted a written testimony that goes into greater detail than I can get into today. I'd like to just touch on 3 points that have come up over the course of the last better part of an hour. First, utilities can build in Maryland. They can build as directed by the PSC to meet standard offer service. What they cannot do, and what this bill is asking for them to be able to do, is to rate base that, to get a guaranteed return. Second, risk allocation. As was mentioned, PJM missed its reliability targets by about 6.6 gigawatts in the 2025 BRA for 2027-28. 1 month later, PJM walked those numbers back by 4.5 gigawatts of large load that is not going to come onto the grid, or is not projected to come onto the grid in this time. It's a lot of volatility. Volatility means risks. Competitive developers understand that risk is on them. This bill puts that risk, very specifically, as was mentioned, stranded assets, on the ratepayers. It is profit for the utilities, it is risk for the ratepayers. This is inherently inequitable, and on that grounds alone should be enough to ask for an unfavorable. Finally, Virginia has come up a lot today, mostly in terms of an example of a state that can meet its own resource, its own generation. Dominion was allowed to re-regulate in 2007. In that time period, Virginia has become the #1 net importer of electricity in the United States of America. It is not working. Thank you for your time. Again, respectfully request an unfavorable.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katie Mettle, and I am the Maryland Policy Principal for Advanced Energy United. HB 1561 would effectively require, because it would get triggered very, very quickly, utilities to build and, as we've discussed, rate base new generation. And ratepayers would be stuck paying for this new generation, even if it goes unused. As has been brought up multiple times, Maryland already permits utilities to build and own new generation if there is a need, but the utilities have not yet successfully persuaded the PSC that there is really a need to do that. Utilities and independent power producers would be subject to the same obstacles at PJM. Utilities would not possess a skeleton key that would allow them to bypass the PJM interconnection queue or state and local siting and permitting requirements. And furthermore, something that makes absolutely no sense, which has come up multiple times today, is the utilities are saying that they just want to build community solar and battery, and that no one wants to do this. The independent power producers are just sitting around thinking, oh, we can just keep making money and not build this. But the queue is stuffed with solar and battery. That is almost the entire queue and has been for nearly 9 years since the backup first started. And the utilities think that they can magically unlock all of this and build what's already in the queue that other companies want to build. So, under our current framework, electricity is sold competitively on a wholesale market. This keeps costs lower for ratepayers. Utilities purchase that electricity and pass it on to the rest of us at cost. This bill encroaches on the principle of market competition. It has the potential to drive up wholesale electricity costs for ratepayers while adding the extra costs of forcing ratepayers to finance the new generation. Ratepayers are best served by first ensuring that we are relying on accurate forecasts and leveraging affordable technologies to create more capacity before we build new generation. There's more in my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for your enthusiasm. So seeing no question. Sorry, I got into this late.
No worries. I understand, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. I'm Brittany Baker, Maryland Director of Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and I'll add to this narrative by discussing something that utilities can already build, and that's transmission. My biggest concern, especially if they're focused on building community solar and battery storage, is their history of inflated costs and passing those inflated costs on to Marylanders. Right now, 2 projects are in the works at BG&E. One is the Baltimore Peninsula project, which they recently paused just this week after increased scrutiny. That project price quadrupled to $500 million since 2019. Another project they're working on is the Brandon Shores Retirement Transmission Project, which went from $738 million to $1.5 billion with no increase in the scope of the work. Why are these projects, well, the retirement project still proceeding? Because they do have a captive customer base. They had a lot of witnesses today. None of the witnesses demonstrated any material competitive advantage that they have against competitive market actors, except for their captive customer base. As people on this panel were saying, right now, the projects that are emerging from the PJM queue or the local utility queue and that are not being constructed is due to costs because of delays and supply chain conditions. BG&E's projects would go through these same processes, but at the end of it, they would rate base those inflated costs. And that's why they say we can guarantee that any project we propose will be built. And I want to wrap up my time today with 3 things. One, especially that third favorable panel proved to us that they're planning on contracting out a lot of that work, even though they're getting the return on investment. 2, no non-Exelon utility is asking for this privilege. None were at the desk today. And last but not least, they did a lot of shopping around this bill in preparation for this hearing, but they did not start with the council. I have Councilmember Conway's testimony on my file.
Thank you so much. We'll take a look at that, and I appreciate that. Did everyone else speak while I was getting my 5th cup of coffee of the day? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. All right, Delegate Boyce.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. Ms. Baker, you stated that many solar, community solar projects or solar projects generally are stuck in the queue. And then you mentioned projects that a utility company, investor-owned utility company currently has. Are those projects also stuck in the queue?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Boyce. So I was talking about community solar projects. They actually do get an advantage because they don't have to go through the PJM queue. Right. They just go through the queue at the local utility. Right. But when they say they can build community solar faster than someone else, are they saying they're going to hold the other projects that are currently waiting for interconnection? I didn't hear them demonstrate any way that their projects will be able to come from engineering to power on in a way that other projects are not having that ability right now.
Okay, and then you mentioned, so you mentioned a current project where the costs have increased. Are those projects in the queue?
So those are transmission projects. I'm not sure about what happens with them as far as interconnection. Brian or Katie may be able to speak to that.
So can we pick one person to answer this question from Delegate Boyce so that we can make sure we have time for Delegate Morgan? Thank you.
Sure. The project that Brittany was talking about is the Brandon Shores Reliability Transmission Expansion.
Is that a planned project waiting to be approved?
That's been approved. That was approved through FERC.
Okay.
It was a non-cost competitive due to an emergency not procurement, but it was approval. That's how it got approved, through FERC.
Oh, okay, I'll just
Does
take
that
note.
answer your question, Delegate Boyce? Okay. All right. It does not answer her question. Do you want to try again?
No,
Oh.
I'll talk to him off.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you so much. Delegate Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brittany, it sounds like in what you just said in your testimony, you're opposed to a bill that allows more renewable to come online. Is that true or false?
I'm opposed to this bill because it would bring on new generation at a higher cost to customers.
But it could be renewable energy coming online too, right?
They are saying that they want to build renewable. I'm still opposed to that if they're not bringing any additional benefits at a higher cost.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no more questions for this panel, we do have another unfavorable panel. Could I call, yeah, we're still going to have time to question them, folks. So we have Evan Vaughn, Mason Emmett, Bert Wilson, David Lapp. I think that yeah, we'll stop there and then we'll have another panel after you guys. As soon as you are ready, you may begin. Go ahead,
Good
Mr. Lapp.
afternoon. David Lapp for the Office of People's Counsel here in opposition to HB 1561. Make no mistake, this bill isn't about affordability. It won't lower energy bills and it won't solve PJM's supply-demand crisis. What it's most likely to do is to drive up customer bills even higher. It will make generation a utility monopoly investment and grow utility profits by making ratepayers pay costs for decades into the future, whether or not that generation is needed to serve Maryland customers or whether the generation is low cost or high cost. HB 1561 would put into law a massive transfer of wealth from existing customers to the profits of not just the electric utilities, but to some of the world's richest technology companies. Data centers are driving the supply issues. PJM projects electricity demand will grow by 80,000 megawatts due just to data centers. That means adding about 7 states of Maryland to PJM. In contrast, PJM projects the Maryland Exelon utility energy demands will be lower in 2029 than today. PGE's demand will be less in 2046 than it was in 2011. The transfer of wealth under this bill will not solve the problem. A 1,000 megawatt power plant will cost around $2 billion, but would have only a tiny impact on 80,000 megawatts of data center growth. Since being acquired by Exelon, BGE's gas distribution rates have tripled. BGE's and PEPCO's electric rates have nearly doubled. PEPCO is now asking to raise its rates another 23%. So why have our monopolies expand their businesses when they are contributing so substantially to the energy affordability issues that Maryland customers are facing? Please see our written comments for more on the specific problems with this bill and exposing ratepayers to all sorts of risks normally assumed by competitive companies.
Thank you, Mr. Lapp. We always appreciate and learn a lot from
Thank
your
you.
testimony. You may continue.
I was done.
I'm sorry, the next one is.
Hi, I'm Bert Wilson of Energy Artisans. We're a small business located in Maryland. I have 35 years in the utility business, starting at BG&E in financial planning and rates. I have 25 years independently. We build power plants. The market is working. We reviewed this bill and we're opposed per our written testimony. This bill allows utilities to build rate-based power generation and storage systems. Such systems are funded by captive customers. Who? Which of you in this room will fund it? These are services provided by free markets. I'm part of that free market. Notable that transmission rates have increased 15% annually in the past 5 years by BG&E. That's a FERC-approved rate. It's outside of PSC. This bill is about choice. Are we going to have it or not? The bill would allow utilities to charge non-bypassable surcharges, floor rates of return, stranded cost. Note, in 2000, BG&E customers paid $1 billion to get out of regulation. That was the stranded cost paid because the utilities overbuilt. Pennsylvania paid $11 billion, of which 5 was PICO. This bill removes choice from customers. It also notably removes choice from the PSC. The rate of return at the transmission level at FERC is 1 to 1.5% higher than what the PSC authorizes. It would take away the PSC's choice. If Exelon wants to build power plants, it's a free market. They can, without forcing customers to pay for them. No rate-based treatment. We oppose this bill, and I'll leave you with the thought. Article 41 of the Maryland Constitution says monopolies are odious, contrary to the spirit of a free government and the principles of commerce, and ought not to be suffered. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. We represent the competitive suppliers, builders, owner-operators, wind, solar, and storage projects that really the whole premise of this legislation is targeting. The premise of this bill, which we do not support, is that our members cannot build energy projects at the rate necessary to meet Maryland's needs. I want to explain to you why we do see real barriers to deployment in Maryland, but the reason why we think this bill is a bad idea is that the utilities would simply be throwing ratepayer dollars at the challenges that our members face, as opposed to overcoming them through smart policy or improvements elsewhere. An example of smart policy is the Next Generation Energy Act last year. As one of the previous panelists mentioned, over 1,300 megawatts of battery storage connected to the grid came through that competitive procurement process. It's now being considered by the PSC. That's the exact kind of project that is needed to overcome this supply-demand imbalance. So competition is working, and yes, it's true that those projects could still encounter barriers before they come online, but the beautiful thing about that is ratepayers won't pay a red cent until those projects are actually delivering electrons to the grid. Not so under this legislative proposal. Let me highlight an example of a, column A, column B. Currently, a competitive developer goes through the PJM queue. They get to the end of the queue, and they're told, you have to pay this much money to upgrade the transmission grid. If that amount of money is too high, that developer cuts their losses, they lose their development funds, they leave the market. Under this proposal from the utilities, essentially, you would get to that point, the sticker shock comes through in the PJM queue, and the utilities would just power through it with their captive ratepayers and a guaranteed rate of return. And so I would say to you that competition is working, it takes time, and merely debating this bill is adding uncertainty to competitive developers who are trying to respond to the policy signals that this legislature has passed in previous years. And so let that process play out. We can deliver on a faster timetable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Mason Imnett again from Constellation Energy. Thanks for having me here to express our concerns with House Bill 1561. Simply put, this bill would create a new ratepayer-funded profit center for monopoly utilities, dismantling competitive generation policies that have been in place for decades. Without the competitive generation market, Marylanders would have paid over $11 billion more for their electricity over the last 15 years. Meanwhile, utility spending on poles and wires has steadily increased by over $500 per year for the average Maryland household. In the last 5 years alone, utility wires costs rose by about 25%, exceeding $1.2 billion per year without meaningful improvements in system reliability. It makes sense that utility spending on infrastructure steadily increased because that's the primary way that utilities make money. HB 1561 will extend this structural incentive to power generation, rewarding utilities for spending more at returns set by federal regulators with no ability for the PSC to make adjustments to reflect execution, performance, or anything else. As already mentioned, HB 1561 is also unnecessary. Current law already authorizes PSC review of utility generation proposals. This bill would sidestep those protections and provide a guaranteed risk-free return on any investment in new generation, regardless of whether that investment is in the best interest of Maryland ratepayers or at the lowest cost. This bill is not an affordability solution. It would increase costs by expanding guaranteed utility returns, undermine competition, and dismantle consumer protections that have served Maryland well for decades. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Emmett. Now we have an unfavorable virtual. Georgina Lennox will go to you if you are with us before going to our questions and our next panel. Ms. Lennox? Not there. Okay. It looks like Delegate Nawrocki, your question, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will be one, Madam Chair. This question is for Mr. Lapp. Mr. Lapp, you had a conversation there about data centers and how that's driving the problem. No question that is a part of the future problem, but We import 40% of our power now in the state of Maryland. As far as I know, that's not data center driven. So what's causing that problem right now, that 40% that we're importing? And how do we solve that problem? Not looking to the future, but we have a problem that's right in front of us. And then, of course, there's a future problem. But I kind of want to get your thoughts on that.
Sure. I guess I would disagree a bit with the premise that it's a problem. Maryland has imported forever, as far as the data goes back that we've been able to ascertain. And Maryland is part of a regional system with a diverse set of characteristics. So, Pennsylvania is different than Maryland, Virginia. We're in 13 states plus DC. Other states, nine of those states are importers. DC imports almost 100%. Delaware imports more, and New Jersey imports more than Maryland does. I'm not saying that there's not value in in-state generation, but that measurement of imports is not a reliability issue. That's an average consumption over the course of a year that is measured in megawatt hours. I heard a prior panel, the favorable panel, say that in times of higher usage, Maryland imports more. That's not the data I've seen. Last June, when we hit that summer, really hot summer week, Maryland was actually importing less than 40% and reached, I think, levels of close to 80% during that time if you look at the PJM data. So it goes up and down, and it depends on economic dispatch at PJM. Reliability is measured in megawatts, not megawatt hours. And so that depends on the combination of generation and transmission to serve whatever need that resource adequacy depends on. So certainly the state, there's like 6,000 megawatts in the queue in PJM. Maryland has a storage program. There's lots of things going on to add generation in Maryland. And we know that the Maryland Exelon utilities are not seeing this big demand. It's from data centers outside of Maryland, and there are a lot of moving pieces at PJM. There's the federal administration, FERC. There's a lot of efforts because people recognize that data centers should be responsible for all the costs that they impose on the system. And our office is working hard. There are others working really hard to make that happen. And if we make that happen, a generation plant built on ratepayer dollars when data centers should be responsible for that is just going to cost ratepayers going forward.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lapp. Did you have your question answered? Sorry.
I did, but can I just, not with a follow-up, but just a
would be
thought. So, and Mr. Lapp, thank you, and I respect that, and you and I have had lots of conversations, but I would say that many of my constituents strongly disagree that there is not a generation problem. My constituents that live along the Brandon Shores power line that we're about to build, that are concerned about increased risks of cancer, forest fires, all those kinds of things, I think that they would strongly disagree with this idea that there is no generation problem in here or that transmitting from state to state is the best way to go about that.
So do you agree with that, Mr. Lapp? I think that's just a yes or no question.
Well, I mean, I think everybody, I heard Chair Barve say last week, I was at a briefing, and he said, everybody likes omelets, but nobody likes to crack the eggs. So there are certainly real issues with local siting, and I respect those, and we consider those in our advocacy.
Thank you so much.
I know those are important.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope this is quick. This is also for Mr. Lapp. Is imported energy inherently more expensive than energy that's generated in the state?
No, it's going to be cheaper.
Right.
That's why it's being dispatched. So,
correct. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. And then my second question really quickly is, so as I understand this, the way that this bill is, if the investor-owned utilities were allowed to do generation, they would be allowed to build the plants or the generation, take the profits from the depreciation, and then charge ratepayers for building the plants, right?
Yes, it would be under cost plus regulation, right, which is the way they recover their distribution costs.
Right.
And the market revenues that they refer to That's just the way regulation should work, if there are revenues. But they're assuming that there are revenues, and that's only if they build the power plant cheaper. And there are reasons why to be skeptical that they will actually build a power plant cheaper, whether it's cheaper to build a plant in Maryland or not, and whether it's cheaper to build it to have a utility.
Right, but either way, the ratepayers would pay for it.
Either way.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Foley. Delegate Boyce.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to clarify, between the last panel and this panel, I'm hearing one theme, and you can tell me if I'm correct or not. There's questions about right here in the law, it's just been removed, that utilities could if, to meet long-term demand, the commission may require or allow an investor-owned electric company to construct, acquire, or lease and operate its own generational facilities. What I'm hearing you all say, this panel and the last panel, is that so long as somehow we aren't paying for it, you would be okay with them building a generation facility.
I might respond to that, Delegate. Thank you for the question. So I reject the premise that there can be real competition and a real competitive market if the utilities are allowed to own generation. They just have too many incumbent advantages, knowing where the strong capacity openings are on the grid in order to plug projects in. There's also the sort of inherent competition of interest that a previous panelist brought up, that the utilities control the interconnection for competitive projects to the grid. And there's all kinds of sort of smoke and mirrors that could happen behind the scenes that could favor a utility-owned project over a competitive project. Could be a matter of delaying.
You don't consider them competitive.
I don't think there's a way.
You consider them as someone who has an advantage, therefore them saying they want to be a part of a competitive market, maybe for generation, that they're not necessarily competitive because they own most of.
That's right. And what I would say is utilities could today, not just, people are saying they could build, I'm not sure, I can't speak to that, but they could contract with a competitive developer on a 20-year power purchase agreement with a fixed price, which would provide ratepayer relief. But they're choosing not to do that. I know in past sessions
But I think you just answered my question, is that they could, and if they did it that way, you would not be at the table right now. If this bill said exactly what you just said in this bill, you would not be at the table objecting.
We would not object to utilities providing long-term price certainty for our members through a long-term contract.
And on the generation side, Exelon Constellation was a subsidiary or an operating unit of Exelon until a few years ago. We were spun off because of investor perceptions of risk associated with the generation business. And so there very much is a model where utilities, through their holding companies, could have investments in generation that are separate and walled off. I was a shared employee between the two companies, and people on my team were on one side of the wall and there were people on another side of the wall. That is a possible structure. That is not what is being proposed.
Okay, but you again would support generation from utilities if it was in a model that you deemed not so much of an advantage or a monopoly over current programs, current projects potentially in the system that may otherwise get swallowed up.
Yeah, we support a competitive market with a level playing field where all competitors are situated equally.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for clarifying that. I think you got the answer to your question, Delegate Boyce. Thank you so much. All right, so seeing no more questions for this panel, we have another panel. Please, if you would come to the front, Ryan Martini, ENT Energy. We have Jeff Pluis, Charles Rivers Association. Both of these are in-person informational testimonies. And you may begin whenever you're ready.
For the last panel, is that right? Right. Okay. It's a lot of pressure. Is this on? Okay. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jeff Pluis. I'm a principal in the energy practice at Charles River Associates. where I've spent nearly 2 decades analyzing electricity markets and regulation. I'm here today to share findings from a study that I co-authored on the economic and reliability impacts of state-regulated generation in the PJM region. My colleagues and I used advanced modeling to compare 2 scenarios for the year that starts in June 2028. First, we evaluated a business-as-usual trajectory in which PJM faces a very well-known capacity shortfall. This shortfall leads to capacity prices that are at whatever cap is set in the market, and it leads to expected unserved energy, which is another way to say power outages, a much higher likelihood of those. Second, we looked at and evaluated a scenario where utilities had hypothetically developed additional state-regulated generation and storage, thus avoiding the capacity shortfall. In that scenario, it delivered between $9.6 and $20 billion in electricity supply savings for PJM customers in that single year. Notably, these savings are inclusive of the costs of developing and operating those additional resources. On the reliability side, the state-regulated resources reduced expected unserved energy, again, expected power outages by 85%. The risk of a major shortage event dropped from 75% probability, which is quite high, to just 3%. While the study looked at PJM broadly, Maryland customers, including me, are directly exposed to these PJM costs and reliability risks, potentially more acutely than some of the other parts of PJM. While the study focused on just 1 year, the state-regulated resources would likely bring similar scale benefits for many more years. My written testimony and the underlying study are available for your reference, and I do welcome questions. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Corman, Vice Chair Guyton, members of the committee. My name is Ryan Martini, and on behalf of Invenergy, submit this testimony on House Bill 1561 for information only to provide context from the independent power producer perspective. As a privately held company with 25 years developing and operating wind, solar, transmission, storage, and gas, Invenergy has developed more than 220 projects totaling 38 gigawatts, enough to power 12 million homes. In Maryland, 2 solar projects totaling 70 megawatts, enough to power over 12,000 Maryland homes. But we all know demand is rising. However, developers are still not receiving a clear signal to build due to the short-term nature of the capacity market and year-over-year changes to the rules. Invenergy supports competitive procurements and applauds the state for its work to secure capacity from battery storage through the Next Generation Energy Act. However, Maryland and the broader PJM region need to attract as much investment as possible, as soon as possible, and should implement multiple policy reforms to encourage projects to be built right here in Maryland. This includes not only competitive procurements administered by state agencies, but also integrated resource planning or resource adequacy planning and pathways for independent power producers to enter into other long-term contracts and build transfer agreements with utilities. Establishing these additional pathways will send the right signals to developers and will help Maryland secure as much capacity as possible to maintain an affordable and reliable energy system. Thank you for the opportunity to provide context, and Invenergy is happy to be a technical resource as you all consider the bill.
Thank you very much for hanging with us all day. I do not see any questions, so that concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1561. Colleagues, I believe the Natural Resources Subcommittee will meet in approximately 20 minutes, so they'll keep an eye on your email inbox. And the Energy Subcommittee will meet shortly thereafter, so please keep an eye on your inbox. Oh, excellent timing. When are you meeting, Chair Boyce?
When you have your meeting?
6 o'clock? You're going to meet at 6?
Yes, thank you.
And then Energy will meet shortly after that, okay? So keep an eye on your email inbox. Busy time. Thanks for all your hard work. And just a reminder to a few of you, I asked you to come and see me in my office.